A good price. I might buy someone.
And turbo engaged.
Taken to our new chip plant. Wherever that may be. Hello. Oh dear, I've lost my chip plant. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. My voice is a little on the quiet side. Let's move this a little bit closer. Is that any better?
No aim. Target now locked on. Chip plant. Chip plants produce success.
Excellent. Right. So I just bought a load of energy cells, so let's just dump them on here. Helps the station.
Energy cells.
I can assume that the other ships are on their way back.
Microchips, essential components in all computers.
Kind of.
They are usually to be found near to. Target now locked on. Silicon mine.
We got some amazing upgrades yesterday. Speed being one of them, which is long overdue. Although I am wondering if I should reinvest some money into more speed upgrades. Or maybe I should actually focus on
target now
weapon and shield capability. I'm not entirely sure. Or should I do something sensible, keep what I've got for now, head back into Argon space, or even Paranid space, and build, I think it's Argon space, and build another factory. I think
target now
probably build another factory. I think that's the safer choice all round. Because then that way we're reinvesting our money. Because we've got just under 1 million on us. Hopefully we'll pick up some more on our way there, but it's like no worries if we don't.
Entering system Teladi gain.
Seems like all of our stations are generating profit. Oh, and hello.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
That's a lot of Xenon. That is a lot of Xenon.
Turbo engaged.
Okay, let's do this.
Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of Chairman Keo, the Teladi Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Turbo engaged.
On behalf of Chairman Keo, the Teladi Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 500 credits. On behalf of Chairman Keo, the Teladi Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving. On behalf of Chairman Keo, the Teladi Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Oh no. No, I don't think so, matey. Right, turn around.
As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Turbo
Perfect. There's another one, is there?
As a reward, you get 500 credits.
So as you can see, our combat and defensive capability is far better. Oh, hello. Pirates.
Just leave me alone.
No.
On behalf of Chairman Keo, the Teladi Company are grateful for
Okay, that split is getting pounded on.
Target is now in firing range.
Okay, nope, that split is dead. Oh, it's turned on me. Ooh, we rammed into him, but our shields took it.
Computer components.
Oh, we're taking that. Oh, there's only one though. Ah, we're
Warning,
still taking
cargo
it.
bay open. Shields are down.
Hello,
Cargo
Dusky.
bay now contains computer components. Cargo bay empty.
And I think we got paid for all of that. Yeah, we should have. Yeah, I think if I had another 25 megawatt shield, that would have been absolutely fine. Although bearing in mind that the 25 megawatt shield is not even the best shield in the game, that's 125 megawatts, so 125 plus 125, that's 250 megawatts of raw, pure shield power right there. Definitely pure ram protection, yes. I can ram into things and not worry about it. And I'm doing okay, Dusky.
Target now locked on. Gate.
Thank you for asking. Good to hear that you're not doing too bad. Or rather, meh, could be worse. Could be better, but could be worse.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Theo's Bucktoid.
Unbelievable that I still can't really believe that we made $1 million on that chip plant last night. That was crazy. Oh, you're out for dinner tonight? That sounds nice. Going anywhere nice?
Target now locked on. Split mule.
Actually, all those computer components.
Target now
Did I
locked
pick them up?
on. Talati trading
I
station.
don't even know. Did I? Let's have a look. I did.
Talati space
And
stations
I
are
don't
basically
think I can
functional,
sell them,
but
yeah.
not built for comfort. They are
Interesting. Like a pub deal, or like what kind of theme is it? Like American, Italian, Chinese, so on and so forth. Probably not going to be Chinese, to be fair. Not called Bills.
no aim. Target now locked on. Gate Menelaus Frontier.
Ooh, we're on space already. To line with the gate, so we can slip through that orifice.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Menelaus Frontier.
Burgers and stuff. Okay, so probably American. Oh. My gobbo will not sit still on the desk. Sit still. There's a good gobbo. So like American cuisine. Oh, that's not bad. I do like burgers. Then again, I'm a sucker for beef. I really love beef. Oh, fair enough. So they'll probably serve like roast dinners and stuff then. I only do them on Sundays. Good taste. Good taste. Right, does this one sell or buy computer
Target
components?
now locked on.
Yes, they do. See how much they're worth. I think they're only 700.
Connection to local trading network established.
Yeah, 700.
Computer components sold.
Does make me wonder how many microchips are required to make computer components. Oh, that's good to hear. How is your other half? He, doing better? Bless you. Such adorable sneezes.
Target now locked
No.
on. Gate Queen's space.
I can understand that given what you've said in the past. But fingers crossed it gets better.
Entering system.
I mean, even
Queen's
better.
Space.
Oh.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Oh.
Target is now in firing range.
Yeah, let's go after him.
Autopilot activated. Attention, energy low.
Oh.
Autopilot off. Turbo engaged.
See?
In the name of Queen
Oh.
Aquarius and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on.
In the name of Queen Aquarius and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. In the name of Queen Aquarius
There
and
we
the
go.
Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Right. Oh dear.
Target now locked on.
Borrowing his car.
No aim. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. Target
Oh.
now locked on. Boron octopus.
Oh, I get it.
No aim.
Still though, I bet you're looking forward to spending some quality time with him though.
Target now locked on. Gate. Rocks. Drift. No rockets. Entering system. Rocks. Drift.
Yeah, I can't say it's a very good sounding situation,
Target
but
now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
I mean, it looks like the major plus there is that you're gonna be able to spend time with him, which is that's awesome. Deal with that first,
Spaceweed.
then deal with that.
Target is now in firing. Autopilot activated.
Oh,
Attention.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron.
I mean, ramming works very well. Apparently.
Target is now in firing range.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Alright, and off we go.
Target now locked on. Boron Dolphin.
Well, I would hope he had a very good reason to.
No aim. Target now locked on. Boron
But
Dolphin.
fingers crossed, or I have my fingers crossed for you.
No aim.
Purple glow up over there. Argon though, pink.
Target now locked on. Gate Kingdom End.
Oh. I've got nothing to say to that. I
Turbo
don't know.
engaged.
Uh,
Entering system. Kingdom End. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Argon lifter.
oh, it was Argon. Okay. Yeah, I've got my fingers crossed for you, Dusky. Which I know that's the kind of atheistic version of saying thoughts and prayers, but sounds like he or she is going to be a feisty one.
Target now locked on. Gate 3 worlds.
And just like that, we're in Argon space. Don't think we're making particularly
Entering
great
system.
time, but it's
3
okay.
worlds. Turbo engaged.
Right, so we
Target
can check
now
on the
locked
solar
on.
power plant that's
Boron
here,
dolphin.
see how that's doing. We may need to top it up with crystals if they're
Target
running
now
low.
locked on. Argon lifter.
Oh goodness me, it looks like it's very popular.
No target now locked on. Crystal Fab
Yep,
Alpha.
there goes a ship leaving it. There's a ship docking to it.
Solar target now locked
It's
on.
got no energy
Solar-
cells left on it.
Solar
Oh,
power
wait.
plants.
And it's got about 1,000 odd crystals, so it's not too bad.
Connection to local trading network.
Otherwise, it's
established.
generated that much money since we were here, last here.
Funds transferred.
I think we can spare some crystals
Target
for
now
it.
locked on. Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Target now locked on. Crystal successfully
Oh,
docked.
we need...
On behalf of our President and Senator, we are honored to welcome you aboard the Argon.
Yeah, some of the
Federation's
space
first
backgrounds are pretty incredible, and I mean, the graphics for the space actually get better in later games. I mean, obviously, but like it gets much better.
Crystal successfully docked.
So we're just going to ferry some crystals back over to this plant. I'll probably take it up to 1,500 or about. Maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000, considering they're a good price at the moment.
Crystals. Target now locked on. Solar power plant.
Although I can see that my plant is struggling to keep up with demand. So the energy cells are low and there's ships still docking because they want those energy cells. That's generally not a good sign. It means I need
Target now
to
locked on. Crystal
basically make
successfully
another
docked.
solar power plant.
Solar power plant.
Because it means the demand is very high. So I might turn around and head back into Boron space, hire the
Connection to local trading
transporter again,
network
and
established.
yeah.
Crystals. Target now locked on.
In fact, I'll probably do that
Solar
now.
power plant.
It's going to require a lot of moving around of resources. It's going to take a while.
Target now locked on.
You see,
Dolphin.
this is exactly what I'm talking about. This boron dolphins come from ore mine Beta in Kingdom End, and it's heading to the power plant. It's yeah, it's thing is the solar power plant doesn't have many cells, so
No aim.
as far as I'm aware, there is a crystal plant outside, inside a Kingdom End. I might as well drop a
Target
solar
now
power
locked
plant down
on.
in there.
Gate Kingdom End.
To be honest with you. It only costs 7,200 credits. I think hiring a boron transport is 1,500, could be 1,000. And you make about 8,400 back off of it, so it's either only going to cost 100 credits overall, or it's going to be giving me a few hundred credits just for placing it. It's kind of a win-win. It's what you want to do in X Beyond the Frontier when you're just starting out, is raise enough money to get a solar power plant, because the batch of resources that come with the plant are going to pay for the plant and then some, if you're strategic about where you put it. There's the transporter. Oh, I did not check. Wait, what's there a crystal famine system? Well, I think I might have been mistaken. Okay, then I'll just drop it down in front of the other one. Not a problem.
Target now locked.
We are pleased to do business with you. We will follow you, and you will pay us at every gate.
Wait, yes, there is. That's it there. So if I turn there, that should be a crystal fab.
Target now. Crystal fabs produce
67 credits a piece.
crystal fabs.
And that might be going into buy some, so I need to have a look at the price after that leaves.
Crystal fabs produce
68. Yeah, that's fine.
target now locked on. Royal Boron Shipyard Alpha. Successful.
Hey,
Connection to local trading. Solar power plant bought. Solar power plant. Turbo engaged.
now we need to turn around. I'll get that.
Successfully docked.
And use the docking computer. The docking computer basically just teleports you to the station. I mean, it's kind of overpowered, but eh.
Connection to local trading network established.
Alright, then we'll come out a bit.
Turbo engaged.
Till about here. Now we wait. Specifically for that.
Target
there we go.
now locked on. Boron Orca.
And we dump it down there.
We will now start unloading the cargo.
Perfect.
It was a pleasure to work with you.
I was smart, I'd have bought some crystals while I was at the crystal fab. Oh well. You might be thinking, oh, you just built a solar power plant right next to your competitor.
Target
Well,
now locked
you might
on.
think that's a bad
Solar
thing, but
power
my
plant
competitor is
beta.
selling energy cells for 18 credits.
Success.
I will just be selling them for 7,
Connection to local trading network established.
and I'll still be making a hell of a profit off of it.
New price selected.
Right,
Target
so
now
we now
locked
need to go
on.
sort out the
Solar
crystal
power plant.
situation.
Successfully docked.
Now this could take a few minutes, and it's going to be basically me bouncing back and forth between the two stations.
Kingdom Crystal Fab.
That's probably where it was inspired from, to be fair. I mean, I remember I didn't really like Babylon 5 that much when I first saw it, but that's because I think I saw the movie, didn't I? It wasn't very good.
Crystal target now locked on. Crystal successfully docked.
Welcome back to your solar power.
That, and I couldn't resist being a dick. And just on the title sequence or watching the station in space, I couldn't help but go. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. for Star Trek DS9. But then I found out that actually Babylon 5 predates DS9. Oh, didn't I feel like the asshole?
Connection to local
Because I was kind of trying to low-key say that it's clearly a blatant rip-off of DS9. It wasn't.
Target now locked on. Solar power plant.
But yeah, the movie kind of sucks.
Success. Connection to local
I mean,
trading
that's
network
true.
established. Target now
I can be a
locked
bit
on.
of a repentant
Crystal
on
found.
I can be a
Target
bit
now
of an
locked.
unrepentant asshole when I want to be.
Connection to local trading network established. Crystal. Turbo engaged.
Give me your crystals. Come on.
Connection to local crystal. Target now locked on. Crystal success.
It's still there. Sometimes the graphics freeze up.
Connection to local trading network established. Crystals transferred. Target now locked on. Solar power plant.
I don't know. I found that Babylon 5
After your
was,
assembly kingdom of Boron, bid you a peaceful welcome.
I don't know. It felt a little bit deeper than DS9. DS9 kind of felt.
Connection
Whilst
to
I
local
wouldn't say
trading
DS9 was
Target
in by
now
any way,
locked on.
shape, or
Crystal
form
successfully
shallow
docked.
and
Welcome back to your solar power plant.
what's the words that I'm looking for? I wouldn't say it was shallow or vapid. It just felt like when it came to interpolitical and interpersonal relationships, it kind of felt like Babylon 5 kind of had it down, and it didn't paint humanity out to be like perfect, but it didn't really paint humanity out to be a complete and total waste of space either. It wasn't a binary thing.
Successfully docked.
There was kind of a spectrum of behaviors where you had people doing bad things for bad reasons, bad things for good reasons. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, lock that. So yeah, no, I accidentally hit the Windows key. I forgot to lock the Windows key.
Established. Crystals
Didn't crash. I mean, that's good. But yeah, you have people doing bad things for bad reasons, people doing bad things for good reasons, people doing bad things because they had no other choice, people doing bad things because they thought they were doing the right thing but weren't, and obviously corrected it once they realized the mistake. And again, you had people doing good things for bad reasons, good things for good reasons, and all of that. And I thought that it was very interesting the way that it was portrayed, the way that it was depicted, and I like the stories that were told. Yes, and I would agree with you there, Neppy.
Crystal target now locked on. Solar.
I think Babylon 5 was coming from a Star Trek household, where all I really knew was Star Trek, the original series, which I thought was cheesy and hilarious. Star Trek: The Next Generation, Star Trek Voyager, and DS9. Coming from that kind of household, I felt that Babylon 5 was severely underrated.
Connection to local trading network. Crystal. Turbo engaged.
And while Star Trek did touch on a few good points every now and again, a few good things, like one I particularly remember very well is that Picard and his famous quotes, what is it? Not all villains go around twirling their mustaches. Some of them dress themselves in the cape of
Crystal
good or whatever.
Target now locked on. Crystal Fab base successfully docked.
Welcome back to your
I'm sure
solar power
someone,
plant.
the drumhead, yeah, I'm sure someone's going to have the quote better than I do. Or they cloak themselves in good intentions or something like that.
Connection to local trading network. Crystals. Target. Turbo engaged. Success. Connection to local trading network established. Target now locked on. Crystal successfully. Connection to local trading network established. Crystal target now locked on. Solar power plant.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Dusky. I mean, I didn't like how the fact that Voyager seemed to get into serious scrapes almost every day. Sorry, almost every week. It was on daily for me, but I think it was a weekly thing originally. And the next episode, the ship would be absolutely fine. In some cases, not only was its crew somehow replenished, but its resources were somehow replenished, unless it wasn't convenient with the storyline. I didn't like that.
Turbo engaged.
I think Enterprise, Star Trek Enterprise, which is the one with Captain Archer, they actually did make some attempt to, if the ship was damaged in the previous episode, it would show up still damaged and they would reference it and reference past events, and I think they did an excellent job as far as that was concerned. I mean, there's probably going to be a few exceptions to that,
Connection to local trading network established. Crystals.
I think one of my favourite episodes, one of the most heart-wrenching ones, one that focused on the main characters, is a couple of maintenance workers that seemed to see the glory of defending the station, and then at the very end, they saw the true cost of it all. It was quite an emotional moment. Yeah.
Target now locked on.
It's a very interesting perspective to do an episode. I remember that.
Back to your solar power plant.
Because we see the main characters, we see all the glory and everything, but we don't see the cleanup. We don't see the aftermath and the people who have to clean that shit up.
Connection to local trading network at Crystal. Success.
I said, Babylon 5, they did some very interesting things, and I think overall the series was just completely underrated.
Connection to local trading network. Crystals transferred. Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Successfully docked.
Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron bid you a peaceful welcome. We are greatly honored that you wish to board the boat.
Connection to local trading. Crystal.
It's like you can show a storyline and everything. You can do all of that without preaching to your audience about how they should do and shouldn't do things. And I think that that's what they, I think in my opinion, that's what they did. And they did it very well. It's all well and good to make a storyline and then constantly preach to your audience and lecture them, but people tend not to enjoy that.
We are greatly honored that you wish to board the Boron Kingdom Crystal Fab.
I might actually sit down and watch through that stuff again at some point, like on my off days.
Target successfully.
Make a watch party or something.
Solar power plant.
Connection to local trading network. Crystals transferred.
Aye, that is fully stocked. Oh, and it's got its first customer.
Target now locked on.
Oh no.
On Dolphin.
Yes. Yes, it's its first customer. That's neat. Yes, I would definitely agree with you there, Neppy. I mean, it's why I don't have a TV license. It's because in the UK you need a TV license in order to watch TV as it's being broadcast. I feel that most TV programs today are there to just lecture you on things.
Target now locked on. Gate 3 worlds.
And it's not even great programming or story writing or anything like that. So it's like, I tend not to watch traditional media.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
It's the old saying, innit? They don't make them like they used to.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Entering system 3 worlds.
Oh yes, Doctor Bloody Who. I used to be a massive fan of Doctor Who. Not anymore. I feel it's completely lost its way. If they can change it now that they've got Russell T Davies back at the helm, I'd be interested to find out, but
unknown Xenon ship.
I'm not holding my breath. And I know people are going to turn around and say, oh, if you're a true fan of the show. No. You don't know true fan me. I was a true fan. I don't like the direction it went into, and I don't like what happened. And that particular episode was one of the nails in the coffin for me. Because she... What is it, the Jodie Whittaker Doctor? Her solution to the spider problem was to lock them all in a room so that they could slowly starve to death. His solution, the villain, quote unquote, was to just shoot it and put it out of its misery.
Attention, energy low.
Like, quickly. I think I know which option I'd prefer. And all the while we were being morally lectured by someone who'd just done an immoral act. But then you've also got, I mean, Star Trek Voyager with the episode Evolution. That was awful. Like, why is Neelix giving advice on advanced warp field physics?
Target now.
It's like, Neelix, shut up and make your hair past the soup or whatever it is you're making.
Target now locked on. Crystal Fab Alpha. Successfully docked.
On behalf of our President and Senator, we are honored to welcome you aboard the Argon Federation's Crystal Fab.
Yeah. I think it's just an erroneous understanding of the Doctor's no gun policy.
Connection to local trading established.
That's not what it's not what the Doctor means by no guns. Because the Doctor's used guns before.
Welcome back to your solar power plant.
But then obviously the Doctor started lecturing people on using guns. It's like... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's what they're good at, though, isn't it? Hypocrisy. Absolutely that.
Connection to local trading network.
I don't want to get too political,
Energy
but
cells
I
are
mean, it
unified
goes
energy
back to that
storage
saying
used throughout the whole known universe. The unification of the energy storage
where
specifications allow for inter.
and you just take that beep and replace it with whatever you want to replace it with. I kind of don't care.
Crystals transferred. Target now. Turbo engaged.
Oh well. Anyway, the risk of getting too political.
Turbo
Let's head back to Argon Prime.
No aim.
I don't know if I'm gonna have to build another energy plant. Seems to be a real big deficit of it at the moment.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship. Target now locked on.
Yeah, there is.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
It's not the only station I've seen with next to no energy cells that are charging 20 for.
Target now locked on. Gate cloud base northwest. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Cloud base northwest. Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
I think we're going to be going east. Oh, pirate ship coming this way.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
Okay. Now I'll go annoy somebody else.
Target now locked on.
I'll leave split in pieces, yes. At least I'm able to catch up with them now.
Target is now in firing range.
I see another pirate ship.
On behalf of our President and Senator.
Space fuel. Space fuel. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thanks you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 200 credits.
That's what, 600 credits for all three of them? Potentially more if I can find more.
Target now locked on. Gate Heron's Nebula.
Yeah, and it should be south from there.
Entering system. Heron's Nebula. Turbo engaged.
Maybe I should look for a crystal fab in this system too. Or I think there'll be one in Argon Prime. Could be wrong. See a bunch of Xenon. That's always a recipe for a fun time. I'm wondering how the wheat farms have done.
Target now locked on. Gate Argon Prime. Target
Lost.
Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President
Hi.
and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 200 credits.
Entering system Argon Prime.
Okay, so I see an equipment dock. No, I don't see crystal fab. How do they sell them? I don't think they do. I think the Paranid do. But there's my wheat farm over there. Go check that out. That's alright, you didn't really miss much. We made our way back to
Target now locked
Argon
on.
Prime.
Wheat farm.
We're just
Argon
checking on our wheat
farms
farm.
are vast factories that inside contain large open spaces dedicated to growing the Lexian wheat. The wheat is
Not bad. Not great, but not bad.
Connection to local trading network established. Funds transferred. Argon wheat farms are vast
Yeah, it
factories.
is inbound. So.
Turbo engaged. Argon wheat
Where from?
farms are vast.
Oh my. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I had another station here. Yeah, that's a problem.
Target now locked on. Shield armor production facility Alpha.
Yeah.
This production facility manufactures.
Oh. Fire him anyway.
Target now locked on. Argon Mammoth.
This
is the captain. We're busy doing other things at the moment.
Oh. Oh, okay then.
This is the captain.
You busy
Can we
now?
help? We're busy doing other things at the moment.
The Argon Mammoth is a heavy
Oh.
transporter ship usually found in Argon Federation territory.
Oh, all right
It is
then.
so large that it cannot dock at any space station. Instead, it is loaded and unloaded by docking some distance from the station, having its freight ferried backwards and forwards by fleets of smaller transporters. No aim.
We're busy doing other things at the moment. What, like running over your customer? Like yesterday.
Target now locked on. Gate, the wall, defense headquarters.
I am heading the wrong way anyway.
Target now locked on.
Get loose!
West I need to head. Yeah, and then south.
Target now locked on. Argon. We are scanned by Argon Discovery.
Argon Police Unit to pilot. The scan of your ship was negative. Have a good flight.
No aim.
Hey, wait.
I am not interested. Get lost.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader.
Oh yeah, I was
You
gonna...
get 200
I
credits.
can't at the moment because... Oh, they do crystal fabs here too. That's good.
Get lost. I'm not interested.
Target is now in firing range.
That got his attention.
The pirates often use
25 megawatt shield.
attention, energy low.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the
Boom.
Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 200 credits.
That transport ship over there seems to be busy with something, which means he's building a station.
Target
Client
now
is
locked on. Argon Mammoth.
not obvious who his client actually is.
This is the captain. We're busy doing other things at the moment.
What are you busy doing?
The Argon Mammoth is a heavy transporter ship usually found in Argon Federation.
Suppose we'll have to come back later for that then.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate Ringo Moon.
Hello, pirate ship. On the other side.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Ringo Moon. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
Go annoy somebody else.
I will, as soon as I've finished annoying you. Okay, he's
Turbo
actually making
engaged.
a run for it.
Shields critical. Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low.
On behalf of our president and senator, the Argon Federation
Right,
thank you for your help
Southgate.
with this invader. As a reward, you get 200 credit.
Go. I mean, anything to increase our ranks up with the different alien races, because we are going to need their as per the storyline, we are going to need their favor later on. I won't present any spoilers, but yeah, we are going to need their help later on.
Target now locked on. Gate red light.
Okay.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
Notice it's moving too fast.
The pirates often use.
Let's see.
Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our president and senator, the Argon Federation
Blowing them
thank you
up.
for your help with this invader.
That's
As
where
a
they're all
reward,
at.
you get 200 credit.
Base dust.
Entering system. Red light. Turbo engaged.
Don't know if there's anything we can particularly pick up at an Argon equipment dock. Let's find out. Assume that's an equipment dock. Looks like one.
Target now locked on. Argon Space Equipment Dock. Argon Space Equipment Docks are the places in the Argon territory to upgrade space vehicles.
I mean, we could pick up a beta HE plasma thrower. Another one. That wouldn't be a terrible idea.
Connection to local trading network established. Beta HE plasma thrower
Can't
installed.
pick up another 25 megawatt shield there. I think that's going to be split space.
Freight scanner bought.
I don't think I'm going to use that.
In a complicated process, expert engineers will see
I might.
turbo
Let's see.
engaged.
Heading south.
Turbo engaged.
It's an upgrade. We're picking it up. Whether or not I'll use it or not is another question entirely.
Turbo engaged.
Basically, Ceter and
Shields
Turbo.
critical. No aim.
Which, I mean, can certainly make things even faster, but you're basically rinsing your shields.
Target now locked on. Gate, cloud base, southwest.
Go away and get on someone else's nerves.
I don't actually recall what I did last time to fix that problem.
Target is now in firing range.
Thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 200 credits.
So we have 14,000 megawatts of shield melting power. Not terrible.
Entering system, cloud base, southwest. Turbo engaged. Shields critical.
I was wrong.
Target now locked on. Solar power plant, Gamma. Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede.
By the way, I'm not steering this.
No aim.
Oh, that doesn't look good. Go back to normal.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Autopilot activated.
Okay. Comet hit him.
On behalf of our President and Senator,
Perfect.
the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Autopilot off. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Split mule.
Now I wouldn't know what to do with 500 credits. Oof. That's a scary amount of money.
No
That's
aim.
just too much for me. I'd probably spend it all on sweets.
Target now locked on. Gate Emperor Mines.
I don't think I've really ever used missiles other than the training mission. I've never purchased missiles.
Entering system, Emperor Mines. Turbo engaged. Target now locked. This ship is the most...
You know, I can't remember what I did to fix this problem. The targeting thing in the center of the screen's gone really dim. I think I just docked on a station, didn't I?
Target now locked on Paranid Ganymede.
Go away and get on someone else's nerves.
Target is now in firing range.
By the name of Priest Emperor Czar.
Can we try that and see if that fixes it?
Thanks for your aid.
Yeah, let's try and see if it fixes it. Oh.
Turbo target now successfully docked.
All hail the family Jin.
Connection to local trading network. Paranid police license. Bought. Cargo bay extension installed. Cargo bay extension. Cargo bay extension installed.
All right. It's a lot of money to chuck down, but we can now move 200. No, that hasn't fixed it. Okay, let's try dying.
In the name of Priest Emperor Czar, our priest Duke wishes you to know that your aggression.
Or aggression. Load game. Let's see if that fixes it. No.
Turbo engaged.
Interesting. Weird. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it didn't. A nice
No
try.
aim. Target now locked on. Gate Paranid Prime.
Okay. Oh. Pressing Alt to zoom in, that fixed it. Okay, lesson learned. That's how you fix that problem.
Entering system Paranid Prime. Turbo engaged.
Right, so I believe there was something I wanted to buy here.
Target now locked on. Paranid Shipyard Alpha. Target now locked on. Paranid Space Equipment Dock.
Shipyard.
Target now locked on. Paranid Shipyard Alpha.
See. Not entirely sure. I'm going to be right back, however.
The Paranid build their
We'll
spaceships
work out
in
what I'm
large
going to build.
automated assembly plants. In
Probably a
these
weapon
factories,
component
they forge their
factory.
own metals and plastics, design and develop new ships, as well as constructing and testing the entire
The
range
space
of
missile
Paranid
factory does
spaceships.
Hornet missiles. No. We'll have a look at what the others do and we'll work it out from there. You need to hire a TL first, though.
Target now locked.
How can we help? No problem, but it'll cost you 1,000 credits for each gate we pass. Okay, we'll follow you. We'll charge you at every gate.
Perfect.
No aim. Target now locked on. Successfully docked.
All hail the family Jin. The Split Dynasty welcomes you on
So I'll
board.
go quiet a moment
Paranid
while we listen to the
Shipyard.
computer and see which station does what.
Connection to local trading network established. This space missile factory manufactures the Hornet-class space missile. It is the most powerful weapon known today. The gigantic resources needed to produce this monster also make it extremely expensive. This production facility manufactures the larger 5-megawatt shield used by larger fighters and transporters. Shields are vital for survival in space. They protect the ship from small impacting objects, like many asteroids, as well as during fights. The Weapon Component Factory manufactures a wide range of warheads that suit many different missiles. Each factory is heavily protected and well guarded, and its buildings well armored. The warheads are manufactured on a series of automated production lines before being carefully stored, ready for transportation.
I think for now I'm going to go with the 5-megawatt shield factory, because I know Argon Space is lacking them big time.
Shield armor production facility. No aim.
We'll go drop it down in the Emperor Mine system.
Target now locked on. Gate Emperor Mines.
That way it's kind of within Paranid space, but right next to the Argon system.
Entering system Emperor Mines. Turbo engaged.
Hello, Dozel. How are you doing today? Wait for him to come over here.
Target now locked on. Paranid Hercules.
Hyper almost kept you sleeping. Ah. Pinning you in bed. I think here's a good place to dump it.
Cargo unloaded. It was a pleasure.
I had a similar I had a similar problem with Neppy this morning. She had her arm wrapped around my arm. Oh, I really wanted to get up. I just kindly waited until she let go of me.
Target now. This production facility manufactured.
That's not too bad, actually.
Connection to local trading network established. New price selected. New price selected. New price selected. Transporter ordered at shipyard. Funds transferred. The
You already see we're going to have a problem with Soja Husk.
You can specify at which price.
Please tell me that's not split product. Well. Bless you. Alright, it's not going to tell me.
Or is the husk is the dried and processed form of the soja bean. It is the #1 food in the Paranid territory. It can be mixed with many different...
Okay, I know what factory we're making next then. If there's no soja husk at the standard price, then that's not good.
Target now. The Argon Lifter is a versatile merchant ship.
Let's follow him.
Locked on. Paranid Hercules.
Because if we hire him here, we'd have to pay 1,000 credits hiring him, 1,000 credits to go through the gate back into Paranid Prime, and 1,000 credits just to come back into this system. Oh, that's not going to work for me. I'd rather Scrooge McDuck out of the 1,000 credits.
Autopilot off. Target now locked on. Gate Paranid Prime. Entering system Paranid Prime. Target now locked on. This ship is the largest.
How can we help? No problem. Okay, we'll follow you. We'll charge you at every gate.
Right, we'll go to that shipyard again. Why isn't it targeting? There we go.
Connection to local trading network established. Soy farms are complex buildings in which the Paranid grows soja beans, which provide them with both water. A soyery is a Paranid food factory where soja beans are processed.
I bet it is.
You cannot buy this factory at the moment because you do not have the necessary storage space to transport all the equipment included in this package. You need to find and hire a TL class transportation cruiser.
Already have one.
Soyery bought. Target now locked on. Paranid Shipyard Alpha.
This is where I've not done my
Target now
research,
locked
and I'm
on.
going to find out
Paranid
that I
Hercules.
actually need to build the primary product.
No aim.
Oh, yeah, let's have a look. What's this one's problem?
Target a soyery is a Paranid food
It
factory
doesn't
where
have
soja
nostrop
beans are
oil?
processed and converted into soja husk,
Oh,
a vegetable-based foodstuff that is traded throughout the universe.
Hmm.
Currently, the Paranid are experimenting by adding stot spices to the soja husk to make a number.
Oh dear. That might be a bit of a problem.
Target soy farms are complex buildings in which the parent
Soja beans doing very well, but oh boy.
No aim. Target now locked on Paranid Ganymede.
Okay.
Target now locked on Paranid Hercules.
How can we have cargo unloaded? It was a pleasure.
A target now
Oh,
locked
mine
on
only requires
Soybean.
soja beans and energy cells. Ho ho ho.
Success.
Do I smell profit? Yes, I do.
Connection to local trading network established. Transporter ordered at shipyard. Funds transferred.
Let's say 10 for
New
that.
price selected. New
10
price
for that.
selected. You can turbo engaged.
So now we've got to wait for those transport ships to get here. Oh. So Paranid,
A soyery is a
soyery, requires all these exotic ingredients like nostrum oil and stot spices, of which it's got to go through Xenon space to get the stot spices, or go the long way around, which, let's face it, the AI is not that smart. The AI will fly through Xenon space. And will never make it. But mine only requires energy cells and soja beans.
Target now
And
locked on
because
soyery.
the soja bean factories can't really sell their product because the soyeries aren't actually producing anything. Well, you can see the issue. I've got cheap soja beans all over the place.
A soyery is a Paranid food factory where soja beans are processed and converted into soja husk, a vegetable-based foodstuff that is traded throughout the universe. Current.
Oh, this is excellent. Might have to build some more of them.
We are scanned by Paranid Pegasus.
Depends how well it does.
Target now locked on soyery.
So they're going out buying energy cells and soja beans. Cool.
Paranid Patrol to pilot. We've checked your cargo and haven't found anything out of the ordinary.
You never will. If I did have anything illegal on me, I wouldn't be stupid enough to get caught.
Turbo engaged.
Well, let's face it, I
Target
probably
now.
would
This
be.
ship is the most common of the.
Okay, so he's going to the power plant. That one over there must be going to...
No aim. Target now locked on Paranid Turbo. This ship is the most common. Target soy farms are complex.
4,000.
6.
I think I might help. Go buy 200.
Connection to local trading network established. Soja Turbo engaged. Target now locked on Paranid Ganymede.
Right.
Connection to local trading network established.
So with
Soja
the
husk is
energy
dried
costing
and processed
10
form of
and
the
the
soja
soja
bean. It is the number
beans
one
costing
fruit in the
10.
surrounding territory. It can be mixed. Soja beans transferred.
Need the energy cells to get in there now.
Target solar power plants. Success.
5 credits pretty much a cell.
Connection to local trading network established.
I want to see how much it costs to produce.
And turbo engaged.
So we can roughly work out how profitable it's going to be.
Target connection to local trading network as energy cells transferred.
200. Let's see.
Energy cells are the unified energy storage used throughout the whole known universe. The unification of the energy storage specifications allow for interstellar trading with this most basic of all products.
Okay, so it uses 5 cells, 10 beans to make 2. So, assuming 10 at the cost. Uh, 50 plus 100, so 150, and we're selling them for 240. Oh no, wait, no, because they make 2. So it's actually 75 per.
You can specify at which price other factories and their transporters can buy your product. If your price is competitive, it is more likely other factories and stations will choose your factory.
So we could actually just take it down to, say, 75 plus 75 is 150. So, yeah, we just take it down to this. We're doubling. Okay, that works. Still going to be cheaper than anywhere else in this sector, so... How much were these plants?
Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Paranid space equipment dock.
Nope.
Turbo engaged.
Don't know. It's already got, I think it's already got its first customer.
Target now locked. This ship is the most common of the Paranid transporter
no, maybe not.
ships.
Okay. At it? No. Where is it? Over there, apparently. So it is.
Target now. The Pyramid build their spaceships in large automated assembly plants.
About 43 grand, and I like to
The
leave it
Pyramid
with about
builders-
50, so I'm gonna need to raise up some money if I want to build up another plant. Yeah, I could just sell my weapons again. Or one of them. I feel like I've got to stop relying on that.
No aim.
Yeah, let's just take it nice and chill. Let that build up its own money, and if the market conditions
Target
look
now
like it
locked
warrants
on.
another, we
Gate
build
Emperor
another.
Mines.
Basic expansion rules. We want to keep it relatively cheap to keep constantly undercutting the market, so people, the AI would essentially come to us for our goods rather than the AI stations,
Entering
which is good
system,
because
Emperor
you could
Mines.
argue that ours is more efficient because it requires less resources to make, therefore we can keep it cheaper.
Target.
Yeah, something like that.
Target is now in firing range.
By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 200 credits.
Go check in on our shield production fab over here.
Target now locked on. Shield armor production. This production facility manufactures the larger 5-megawatt shield used by larger fighters and transporters. Shields are vital for survival in space. They protect.
Okay, that's fantastic. Excellent. We'll just leave them to do their thing. Get set up. Become self-sufficient. Yes.
Target now locked on. Gate cloud base southwest. Turbo engaged.
I mean, we could go check up on our other factories.
Entering system. Cloud base
I do know of a
southwest.
shortcut back to Velarde Space, give or take. But,
Turbo engaged.
yeah, we'll do that.
Shields critical.
I have no idea where this ship thinks it's going.
Turbo engaged.
I see the gate. Oh, we're just normal. Okay, so the boosted seater does seem to fly through a sector much quicker.
Target now locked on. Gate red light. Entering system red light. Turbo engaged. Shields critical.
Actually, do we have a look at the
Target
Argon
now
stuff
locked on.
first?
Pirate ship.
I think it's because the star gives off red light,
Turbo
which
engaged.
it kind of is.
Target is now in firing range.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Boom. Yeah, we got much better weapons. I think they're a step down from the best in the game. So the next time I'm in Paranid space, I'm going to try and buy a Hornet
Target
missile
now locked on.
so that we can
Gate
continue
light
with the main
home.
story. Somewhat close, yeah. Yeah. Somewhat.
Entering system light home.
Wonder if we could try cutting through Xenon's space. That'd be fun.
Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100 credits. On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Tell you what, I'm going to dock at a station, and then I'm going to do exactly that. Might be a bit cocky, but might also give you an appreciation of how fast Xenon destroyers are.
Target now locked on. Wheat farm. Alpha. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Argon elite.
He'll be fine against an M5.
Success.
Although that looks like 2 more blips. I'll look at that.
Connection to local trading network established. Target now locked on. Wheat farm.
We're
Alpha.
saved.
Turbo engaged. Shields critical.
Oh, no, 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 no. I've learned from that mistake.
Target now locked on. Gate President's End.
Okay. I mean, we can go from here. I think we can go east into Xenon space and then just north or whatever
Entering
until
system. President's
Atreus'
End.
clouds, which is boron space. I think we may even be able, if we go east again and then north, we would end up in Taladi space. So it's a good shortcut. Oh no, no, no. Apparently, no, there isn't one. It is, so from President's End, you go east into Xenon Sector 3, and then north into Xenon Sector 1, and then north again into Atreus' clouds. There is no connection to Taladi space from Xenon space, according to this map anyway. Which has actually already been wrong once, so pinch of salt time. So sad what happens to this system in X2. You'll find out what happens in X2 as well. Actually, I don't know, cheekily go Google it up.
Target is now in firing range.
Oh.
President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with
Alright, let's find a station to dock at and once again save. What I'm about to do is so stupid.
Target success. Connection to local trading network. Resources are not sold. Turbo engaged.
East. Here we go.
No aim.
There's the gate.
Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector.
Onto your butt cheeks. This where I go in, it's deserted. Oh, this gate actually says east.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Yeah, that's
Target now locked
That's a
on.
destroyer.
Unknown Xenon ship.
look how fast that's moving. Another one there. And another one there. Well, that could be a carrier, actually.
No aim. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Yeah.
This destroyer was one of the most...
Oh, and it's out of range.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Don't think they noticed. Yeah, yeah, that one over there is a carrier. That's moving to intercept.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target alert. Rocket closing. Target left firing range. No station for docking.
I'm not trying to dock.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target Wasp missile.
Oof. Oh no.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
There's your M2.
Target is now in firing range.
Bloody hell, that passed close.
Target left firing range. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing.
Oof. I can hear the roar of a capital ship. Get out of here.
Alert. Rocket
Oh,
closing.
that is doing a lot of damage.
Target left firing range.
Do we boost it through the
Turbo
gate? I
engaged.
think we do.
Alert.
Oh, it's
Rocket
coming up to
closing.
block the gate.
Shields critical.
You've got to be kidding me. Cheeky
Wasp
sod.
missile self-destructed. Entering system.
See you later.
Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede.
Okay.
No rockets.
Doesn't seem to be any destroyers here. That's probably good.
No aim. Target now locked on. Solar power plant Alpha.
Or even the Xenon have solar power plants.
This is the Xenon Solar Power Plant Alpha. You are talking to the automated interaction system. Make your request. Negative. Your presence aboard is neither desirable nor welcome.
Solar power plants produce energy. They are found.
Yeah, they're selling them for credits. Okay, that makes
Target
sense.
left firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
I don't think I did too bad considering I've only got one 25 megawatt shield. I'm not gonna lie, I do wonder how much damage the weapon can do, but...
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Autopilot activated. Attention, energy
Oof.
low. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on solar power plant Epsilon. Attention, energy low.
Oh, apparently I can do a lot of damage. I don't think I should because I think it's a mission, so... But interesting.
Target left firing range. Alert.
Oh.
Rocket closing.
Oh,
Target
hello.
is now in firing range.
Oh, I've made friends.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Mosquito missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing. Mosquito missile self-destructed.
I mean, the way I see it, the less Xenon here, the less Xenon to spread around the X universe. At least temporarily.
Rocket closing.
Oh, more rockets. Awesome.
Turbo. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
Okay.
Target is now in firing range. Alert. Rocket closing.
Oh, that's not good.
Turbo engaged.
They have upgraded weapons.
Mosquito missile self-destructed.
Yeah.
Nothing is known about this
Oh
ship.
yeah, they have
Rumors of
massively upgraded weapons. I'll just quietly walk out of here now.
Target now locked on. Gate. Atreus clouds. Turbo
And the shortcut
engaged.
works. That means we're back in
Entering
friendly
system.
space.
Atreus clouds.
Although there might be Xenon on the other side of the... Mm-hmm.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Turbo engaged. Target is now in firing range.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron. In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron. We thank you for your valuable assistance. In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron. We thank you for your valuable assistance.
Perfect.
Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede. No aim.
So I think with some upgraded shields and the final upgrade to the weapons, we can probably take on the M2s head on. Oh, and upgraded engines. We're going to need to spend a lot of money on that. So we go north to Rock's Fate, north to Menelaus' Frontier,
Target
east,
now locked
south,
on.
east.
Gate. Rogue's Fate.
And we're back where we started. Well, in Seaswell. Seaswell, Sizewell, whatever you pronounce it.
Turbo engaged.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of nerve-wracking.
Entering system. Rogue's Fate.
I mean, this is a good opportunity to build up rep with
Target
Boron
now
at least.
locked on.
Oh,
Unknown Xenon ship.
he's already turned face, mate.
In the name of Queen Atreus and
And he's already dead.
we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Target is now in firing range.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Turbo engaged.
He died like he lived, cold and
Shield
emotionless.
critical. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Gate Menelaus Frontier.
What rep do I have for the Boron? So I've got Hero of the Federation for Argon, Split Creature, Paranid Friend, Boron Knight of the Kingdom, and Taladi Company Director. I don't know what they mean. So I assumed Hero of the Federation means top rank.
Entering system. Menelaus Frontier.
Oh. Okay, we've got 3.
Target now locked on. Unknown
Oh.
Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for
No
your
worries,
valuable
those are welcome back.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Autopilot off.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of
Got him.
Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on.
Right,
Boron
east.
Dolphin. Turbo engaged. Shields critical.
Yes, the weapons that I have
aim.
now
Target now
are
locked on. Boron Dolphin.
the second most powerful lasers in this game.
No aim.
Unfortunately, I'm still a ways off for the shields, though.
Target now locked on. Gate Theos Buctoid. Entering system. Theos Buctoid.
And south. Reputation.
Target now locked on. Boron Dolphin. No aim.
So apparently company director for the Taladi is the topmost thing. Split Creature is not even close. Argon Hero of the Federation is the top. friend, just pounded friend. That's not even close. The Knight of the Kingdom is top reputation. So I have top reputation in Boron, Telardi, and Argon space. I need to work on the pounded and split, which makes sense. I don't spend a lot of time in there, and I'm not sure if my factories in their systems improve relationships or not. I don't know. I know in later games, every successful trade within their territory increases your reputation as well. I don't know if that's the case in this game.
Entering system profit share. Target now locked on Teladi Vulture. No aim. Turbo engaged. Shields critical. Target now locked on Gate Sizewell.
There we go. I would like to make the ship a little bit faster today. I think seeing those M2s pretty much dance around me kind of makes me very nervous about my speed capability.
Entering system Sizewell.
Makes me nervous about my performance. I don't remember seeing that there before.
Target now locked on Space Missile Factory Beta.
I wonder if that's new. I'll have to look back on the other ones. So we need to buy some performance enhancing boosts from the pirates.
Target now locked on Dreamfall due to the fact that the Teladi's...
Okay, that's made a lot of money. That's not too bad.
Connection to local trading network established.
Take that.
Funds transfer. Turbo engaged. Turbo engaged.
Aha, that's one. Oh. Went the wrong way. Check out the mine first.
Target now locked on Silicon Mine. Success. Connection to local trading network established.
Not bad. Again, we'll leave it with
Funds
50,000.
transferred. Target now locked on. Chip plan. Success.
Alright, first chip plant.
Connection to local trading network
Just
established.
over 500,000. Not bad at all.
Funds transferred. Funds
Leave it with 100k.
Target now locked on. Target now locked on. Chip plan. Successfully docked.
Second chip
Welcome
plant.
back to your chip plan.
Connection to local trading network established.
Oh, it's not done as
Microchips
well.
are
Then again, it's still got a full stop.
Funds transferred.
Tell you what,
Funds
we'll give it 100,000 credits, but we'll take these.
Microchips. Talati space stations are basically functional, but not built for.
We won't sell them there though. Right. Next, we need to check upon the solar power plant in the system to the south.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Greater profit.
Probably estimating around maybe 170k. Maybe.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Greater profit.
Probably definitely will need to refill it though. Hey. Alright.
Target now locked on. Crystal Fab Alpha. Target now locked on. Crystal Fab Alpha. Target now locked on. Solar power plant.
That's the one about to dock with it. Yep.
Solar power plants produce energy.
Oh, it's
They are
just
found
under
everywhere
500,000.
in the known universe.
Okay.
Success.
Well, then that means that's going to need to be restocked at the very least.
Connection to local trading
So
network
that's
established.
excellent.
Funds Target now locked on. Successfully docked.
On behalf of Chairman Keogh,
We'll get that
the
restocked.
company are delighted for the opportunity to make great profits with such as you. Welcome on board.
Connection to local trading network established. Successfully docked.
Welcome back to your solar power plant.
Connection to local trading network as crystals. Target now locked on. Target now. Target now.
So yeah, we'll start ferrying crystals back and forth, which is not going to be very quick because obviously my cargo's already got 77 microchips in it.
Connection to local trading network established. Crystals transferred. Target now locked on. Target now locked. Target now locked on. Crystal Fab Alpha successfully docked. Connection to local trading network established. Crystals successfully docked.
Welcome back to your solar power plant.
Connection to local trading network established. Crystals. Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Successfully docked.
On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Teladi Company are delighted for the opportunity to make great...
Connection to local trading network. Target now locked on.
All right.
Crystal Fab.
Gotta work out if we want to head into split space.
Connection to local trading network established. Energy cells are the unified energy storage used throughout the whole known universe. The unification of the energy storage specifications allow for interstellar trading with this most basic of all products.
Yeah, probably.
Funds transferred. Crystals transferred. Target now locked on. Solar power plant.
So we're just gonna head south until we get to Company Pride. Hey. If Split have the same problem with food as the Paranid do, I might just set up food factories in their systems. Perhaps in or near Family Pride or Chin's Clouds. Depending on what state of these solar power plants are like over there.
Profit.
It'll also allow me to find where the where a crystal place is. And if I can't find one, maybe could I get away with putting one in Company Pride?
Entering system. Blue profit.
Right. Have a look what's coming out of that gate over there. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Xenon. 2 M3s, 3 M5s. Wait, that computer plant? No. That's something else I'm going to be on the lookout for, is a computer plant. they might be able to give me top credits for microchips that I've got on me. Because we have 77.
Target now locked on to Lottie Vulture. No aim. Target now locked on Gate CO's Sprite.
Okay. The pirate ship. I think he's going back through the gate. No.
Target
No, I
is
don't think I
now
will.
in firing range.
Hit the gate. Yep. You went.
Chairman Keo, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward,
Entering system CO's Sprite. Target now locked on to Lottie Vulture.
Okay, so I see a pirate ship down there. The few Xenon ships. There's a good reason why I'm going to go down this way to get into split space, because all of the gates heading north from there are pretty much from facing the south gate in Thurrock's Beard, which is a Xenon sector. I noticed that the Xenon come out of the gates and systems in the direction of rather in the opposite direction of where. No. Yeah, facing towards Xenon sectors, basically. So if there's a Xenon sector to the sector in the south, you'll find them at the south gate.
No aim.
If I can go up through split territory, I should be able to take out a load of Xenon at the gates with any luck. Hopefully increase my rank with the split. Method to madness. Hello.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
So you're
Target
picking
is
on the
now in
lizards.
firing range.
on behalf of Chairman Keo,
Can't let you do that.
the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Target now locked on Gate Company Pride. Crystals. Crystals are important. Turbo engaged. Entering system Company Pride.
Oh. That looks like a trading dock. Rather equipment dock. No crystal fab here. Wait,
Target now
wait.
locked on Telati Vulture.
No, that's not a crystal fab. Oh, the Xenon are just pouring out of the east gate. Wait, there's a station behind me? Oh look, it's a pirate base.
Successfully docked.
Ooh.
Connection to local trading
Right.
network established. Engine tuning bought. Rudder optimization. Engine tuning bought. Rudder optimization bought.
Let's say
now
that's
locked
enough for
on.
now.
Pirate base.
We've now got... We've doubled our engine tunings and stuff. Alright, let's head towards the east gate. There's a lot going on over there.
No aim.
Oh yeah, this, yeah, definitely. You can see why I wanted to start making money before I started really doing some major upgrades to the ship. It gets costly. I don't think I need to buy any more rudder optimizations. Goodness me.
Target now locked on.
But I don't think I've ever seen the Xenon attack the Goners.
No aim.
Which is not in keeping with the law.
Target now.
Because the
locked
lure
on.
states
Somebody
that,
Falcon.
I think the Xenon shoot anything that moves.
Teladianium.
It certainly does, this Neppy, especially if you're wanting to just get on with the storylines. Or the missions, rather. Oh yeah, look how many Xenon are over there. 2 M5s there, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is a lot of Xenon.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Target is now in firing range.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Oh, there's a lot going on over there. Oh, they're attacking a station, I see. Go give them a hand.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Solar power plant beta. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Target left firing range. Target is now in firing range.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target is
Okay,
now
these
in
can be
firing.
one-shotted.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty
Except maybe that one.
of your valuable assistance. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on unknown
That
Xenon ship.
missile hit. Switch to mouse.
Turbo, we are scanned by
Seriously?
Wolf.
Scanning me? Don't you think you got bigger
Target now
problems?
locked on Split Mamba.
There we go. The day has been saved. Thanks to the split with priority issues and, well, good shooting. Have I upped my reputation? I have, yes. From creature to accepted person.
Target now locked on Split Wolf. We are scanned by
Again.
Split Wolf.
Pilot, you can fly on. You clean.
Yes, I know.
Target now locked on Crystal Fab Gamma.
Crystal Fab.
Crystal Fabs produce.
Wait, is that another Crystal Fab right there? Or is that an equipment dock?
Target now locked on Split Space Equipment Docks. Split
Good
Space
equipment
Equipment
dock.
Docks are the places in the Split territory to upgrade space vehicles.
I mean,
Split Space Equipment.
would. I think it would pretty much rinse my money though. Oh, I won't.
No aim. Target now locked on Split Mule. Target now locked on Gate Family Chin.
You've evolved from creature to human. Hey,
Entering
no one said
system,
anything about
Family
human.
Chin.
Oh, look at
Target
all
now
the
locked
Xenon.
on Unknown Xenon ship.
Bloody hell. Right.
Target is now in firing range.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on Unknown Xenon ship.
Oh, oh. Tickling me.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
XM4 New Vegas 26. Got it. Come on. Why isn't my ship slowing down? There we go.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty
Suck
are
on my
appreciative
high
of your
energy
valuable
plasma.
assistance.
Insult me? Oh, by calling me human? Oh, hello.
I Bye, Diesel.
Target now locked on. Split mule.
He's like, lol, hello. Okay.
Target now locked on. Chelt Space Aquarium. The
I've got Chelt Space
that
Aquariums.
found
Aha!
inside split sectors
Found
are
your
vast
Achilles
saltwater
heel.
tanks kept
Achilles heel,
inside
whatever.
expansive
Achilles
domes,
heel.
where the split
That requires
walls
soldier
change
husk, which
their
means
strength.
going into Paranid
These
space,
creatures
which
are
means
nourished
cutting
and
through
then
Xenon
grown to provide the split
Xenon
with meat.
territory.
The skin of the chelt is used to make
Taladianium and
attack
nostrop
while
oil
the
is
fatty
not so
tissue
bad because you can go
after
through family
application
wing
to
to
Rastar
Taladi
environment
space.
is rendered down to manufacture the fine oil
But I wonder
known
if
as
a
Rastar.
Chelt Space
Each
Aquarium would be
aquarium
better for
requires
us.
energy, and as the split use the market.
What's this?
Target now locked on.
Another one.
Chelt Space. Target now locked.
It may be worth doing that then. Go.
No aim. Target now locked on. Split mule. Target now locked on. Split mule. Target now locked on. Gate chins fire. Entering system chins fire. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. The family Jin and the Split Dynasty. The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
The family Jin and the Split.
Target now locked on. Target now locked on. Chelt Space Aquarium Beta. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. Target now. The Chelt aquariums that are found in. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. Target is now in firing range.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on. Gate chins clouds.
Oh.
Entering system. Chin's clouds.
Oh, my mic stopped working. Oh no, now it's working again. Weird.
Target now locked
When that
on.
stopped.
Unknown Xenon ship.
Sorry about that, everyone.
Target is now in firing range.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
An M3. Yeah,
Station for docking
I
from.
thought originally I'd muted myself, but apparently not.
Attention, energy low.
The family Chin and the Split
Makes
Dynasty are
sense.
appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on.
I want to mute
Unknown
myself.
Xenon
I've got
ship.
a button here that'll let on, you know, listen, yeah, right there. To let me do it when I press it, so I don't accidentally mute myself.
Target is now in firing range.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
Right.
Target now locked on. Split 6. Connection to local trading network established. Massum is a powdered form of scruffin. It is a base.
Fair enough.
Split.
Right, let's go to the home sector.
No aim.
Nothing. Take care. See you soon.
Target now locked on. Gate. Family pride. Entering system. Family pride. Target now locked on.
Makes me
Unknown
wonder if they
Xenon ship.
spawn here, actually.
Target is now in firing
Go
range.
after your little girlfriends first, mate.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are the family Chin and the family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low. Autopilot off.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
Works for me. Split friend now. They like me.
Target,
What if they help
target.
me? Oh, but it's not enough to help, though. Of course. There's a carrier there. Well, there's the transport ship.
Target now locked on. Split elephant.
Yes! What you want? You give us 1,800 credits per gate we pass! Okay, Split follow you and take credits for every gate.
Hey. Go there first to save up, just in case the factory that we get turns out to be a complete
Connection
dud.
to local trading network established.
No problem with cloth rhymes as well.
Successfully docked.
In the name of Priest Emperor Xlar.
Connection to local trading network established.
Oh, shields they produce here.
This production facility manufactures the heavier defense shields used by destroyers, larger fighters, and transporters. Shields are vital for survival in space. They protect the ship from small impacting objects, like mini asteroids, as well as during fights. The Chelt aquariums that are found inside split sectors are vast saltwater tanks kept Chelt space. Target now locked on. Split shipyard Alpha.
Let's try and find... There. Oh yeah, he's there. He's turning around.
Target now locked on. Split elephant.
Go put it up here next to a solar power plant.
No aim.
Oh.
Target now locked on. Solar power plant.
Sport.
Yeah, connection to local trading network. Energy.
Do I really want to be that far above the plane? Maybe not. Welcome back.
Target now locked on. Split elephant.
Let's put it down. There.
The Chelt target now
Oh, it just
locked
takes
on.
energy
Chelt
cells.
space.
Perfect.
Connection to local trading network established.
Right, let's make a note. We'll put in 100.
Energy cells
We'll
transferred.
see how many gets used and how many gets
Energy
made.
cells are the unified energy store. Transporter ordered at shipyard.
We don't need that much.
Funds transferred. The credits that this factory made by selling its products can be transferred to your account. Also,
So
credits from your
5,
account can be transferred to the factory,
makes
so
2.
freighters working for you can buy resources.
Assuming we make this 10.
New price selected.
So at
You
10
can
credits
specify at
apiece.
which price the freighters working for this factory should buy resources.
20. It makes 2. Oh no, it's 5 credits apiece. My bad. It's 50. That makes 2. 25 each. The 250 credits? No. No, 25 credits. Chelteney costs 25 credits to produce.
New price selected. You can specify at which price other factories and their transporters can buy your product. If your price is competitive, target now locked on. Split elephant.
Yes! What? You give us what? Okay. Let's follow you and take credits for every gate.
Turbo engaged.
Fantastic.
No aim.
I suppose while we're here,
Success.
we'll build something a little bit more substantial.
Connection to local trading network established. Tube fabs manufacture quantum, or so-called Planck tubes, a quantum-level counterpart of the valve, created from silicon, that is used inside the engines and controls of many of the larger transporter ships and destroyers. Some Planck tubes are also used in the manufacture of particle accelerator cannons. The manufacture of Planck tubes is both costly and complex. Shield armor product target now locked on. Split shipyard Alpha.
Hoping this is 125 or at least 25 megawatt shields.
Target now locked on. Split elephant.
What is this?
Target now locked on. Shield armor. This production facility.
They produce 1 megawatt shields. Okay, that's fair.
Target now locked on. This space missile.
They produce dragonfly missiles. Okay.
No aim.
I think here might be good. Wait for him to come up here.
Target now locked on. Split elephant.
Okay.
This target now locked
25
on.
megawatt
Shield armor
shields.
production
That's
facility.
fine with me.
Connection to local trading network established. New price selected. 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 New price
Okay, they've got a Rastar oil problem too. That's interesting to note.
Funds transferred. Transporter ordered at shipyard. Energy cells transferred. New price selected. New price selected. You can specify.
Okay. Rastar oil is the next one we're going to see what we can do about.
You give us 1,800 credits. Okay. Let's follow you on 10 credits for every gate.
Target now locked on. Weapon component.
I assume it'll be a Rastar refinery.
At first, the shipyards belonging to the split seemed to look like prison camps.
Yeah. Sweet.
Connection to local trading network established. Rastar refinery bought.
Geez, so we built quite a. We've got quite a few stations in the split territory now. Although I'm guessing that the Rastar refinery is going to have a product that we're probably going to need to build one more station for.
Target now locked on. Split elephant. A Rastar refinery is a dark and evil-smelling place where large chunks of the fatty flesh of the chelt are rendered down and then processed to produce a fine oil called Rastar.
Oh, we can always build another chelt thing, but we have a serious energy cell problem.
Target now.
You give us one. Okay. Let's follow you on 10 credits for every gate.
Success. Connection to local trading network established. You cannot buy this factory at the moment because you do not have the necessary storage space to transport all the Chelt. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Split elephant. This huge transporter.
What you want? Split.
Alright, let's sort that out. I think I'll pick up a solar power plant and head to that crystal fab.
Connection to local trading network established. New price selected. New price selected. New price selected. New price selected. Transporter ordered at shipyard. Funds transferred.
Yeah.
Funds transferred. Target now locked on. Rastar refinery. Successfully docked.
Welcome back to your Chelt Space Aquarium.
Connection to local trading network established. Transporter ordered at shipyard. New price selected. New price selected. Funds transferred. Turbo engaged.
That should do that. Right.
Target now.
What you want?
Target now locked on. Split mule. Selected. Might successfully docked.
In the name of Priest Emperor Islar, our
Cargo bay and connection to local trading network established. Turbo engaged.
Right.
Target now locked on.
You give okay. Let's follow you and take credits for every gate.
Target successfully docked.
Unless they do crystal fabs.
Connection to local trading network
They
established.
do not. Okay.
Solar power. Turbo engaged.
Okay, off we go. Find a crystal fab. I know there's one in Thoric's Beard, but
Target now locked on. Split mule. Target now locked on. Gate. Chins clouds. Entering system. Chins clouds. Target now locked on. Split mule.
I am not interested. Get lost.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are
also
appreciative of
Paranid
your love.
pirates seem to
As a
be in
reward,
split
you get 200
ships.
credits.
I noticed this. Split pirates seem to be in Paranid ships. It's another one of those that makes me think that the Paranid and Split was switched at the last minute. Or at least at some point during the development.
Target now locked on. Split mule.
Worrying thing is I'm not seeing any crystal fabs. What is that over there that's rotating? Is that a pirate base? Oh yeah, that's a pirate base. Interesting to know that that's there.
Target now locked on. Shelved space. Aquarium. Beta.
Okay. That is what I thought it was.
Target now locked on. Gate. Chins fire. Turbo entering system. Chin's fire.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. I kind of got lost in my own world where I'm sort of was thinking, as you could hear, I was thinking about where to put things, what things would I need, what things could we do with in order to, you know, make things that the split sorely need. Hardly anything in this system. Oh. I can hear weapons fire. That's always a promising sign.
Target now locked on. Gate family Chin. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Autopilot target is now in firing range. Autopilot off.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are
Aye.
appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Target is now in firing range.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Entering system family Chin.
Right.
Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Split mule.
That's not great. But yeah, it looks like their one and only crystal fab is in Thoric's beard. Which is absolutely stupid. Because that's right on the border of Xenon space. Nope.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
Motion at the front door, apparently. Huh.
This laser forge manufactures the gamma high energy plasma throat.
Yeah, even they're out of crystals. How could they be so silly?
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Oof.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Target now locked on. Split mule. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate thorax beard. Target massum powder.
Nah. That's kind of absolutely absurd to me, to be honest.
Turbo engaged.
Their only crystal fab is in Thorax Beard. If the Xenon decided to do exactly what they're doing
Split mule.
And send ships through to start attacking their stations and whatever, as soon as that plant falls, their economy's essentially crippled.
Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Target now locked on. Crystal Fab. Crystal Fabs produce many crystals.
They take
Target
microchips?
now locked on. Split
They
trading
do
port.
not take microchips. I'm gonna wait for the transport ship to get here with the solar power plant. Be waiting a while.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
Yeah.
Target now locked on. Split Mamba.
See what my rep is now. Family friend. Will they help?
Now talk to you. Not far away. You fly to the North Gate.
Yeah, they will help me now. So we've improved our reputation with the split at the very least, which is fantastic. The only issue now is, yeah, as I say, we've got to wait for the transport ship.
No aim.
I can do laps in CETA, so I should cut down the waiting time.
Target now locked
back
on.
over there.
Split. Target now locked on. Split Wolf.
He's going to scan me, I think.
We are scanned by Split Wolf.
Pilot, you can fly on. You'll keep. No illegal cargo. Fly.
Okay, I got scanned by 2 ships. They really wanted to make sure I was squeaky clean.
No aim. Target now locked on. Crystal Fab Gamma.
Oh, transport ships turned up though. Excellent.
Target now locked on. Split Mule.
But yeah, this is exactly the problem I was talking about. You see how they're going for the stations? And they're just pouring through the south gate at the moment. I mean, that is not great. Yeah, apparently.
Target now locked on. Split elephant.
Right, fantastic.
Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Connection to local trading network established.
It's not exactly a fantastic price for
Target now
crystals,
locked on.
but
Crystal Fab Gamma. Successfully docked.
I think I'm probably going to have to buy some defense ships for this solar power plant as well.
Connection to local trading network as crystals transferred. Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Target now locked. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Turbo engaged.
Okay, I see you racing through the system. Bit of a speedy boy, though.
Target is now in firing range.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Ah, so it's just,
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
yeah.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Right.
Target now locked on. Split mule.
Gonna take a peek through the south gate and see what's waiting in that system. Kind of in my mutual interest to thin out any Xenon and kind of hanging around the gate.
Target now locked on. Talati bat. Target now locked. Target now locked on. Gate. Thorax beard.
Yeah, I don't see any. Oh, there's one.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Alert. Rocket closing. Mosquito missile.
Was that it? A mosquito missile? Oh noes.
No aim. Mosquito missile self-destructed.
Oh, see, we got a destroyer in here now. Is that a carrier? It might be a carrier.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Nothing is known about this.
3512.
Target is now in firing range.
Wouldn't want to collide with it, that's for sure.
Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy low. Attention. Energy low. Mosquito missile self-destructed. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Was I that close to the gate? I didn't even realise.
Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Where'd you go? There you are. House. Okay, keyboard was probably better actually.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
There's a lot around here.
Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Gate. Thorax beard.
I see that one coming this way.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
There is another one.
Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
Got him. Oh, I do wonder.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon station.
And that impending feeling I probably should have saved before coming in here. How much damage I can do to the station.
Attention, energy low.
A fair bit.
Attention, energy low. Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low.
Spawn killing.
Attention, energy
The answer is
low.
unfortunately, while I can do a lot of damage,
Alert.
I'm pretty
Rocket
close to getting my
closing.
ass kicked.
Attention, energy low.
Not really.
Attention, energy low. Alert. Rocket closing.
Oof.
Attention, energy low. Turbo
The
engaged.
carrier heading my way. That's
Alert.
always a fun time.
Rocket closing. Attention, energy low.
Okay. Wait for my weapon to charge.
Alert. Rocket closing. Turbo engaged. Target is now in firing. Target
Oh.
is now. Target now locked on. Target. Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy low. Mosquito missile. Target now locked on.
Why isn't it locking onto this? Okay. The station gone.
Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon station. Attention, energy low.
Negative. Your presence aboard
I
is
didn't.
neither
Oh,
desirable
blast!
nor
I've hit
welcome.
D by accident. Okay.
Attention, energy low.
Oh, so close. Come on.
Turbo engaged. Attention, energy low.
And it's gone. So are we. See ya.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Attention, energy low.
So it took a little bit, but we got a Xenon station down.
Target is now in firing range. Alert. Rocket closing. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
Yeah, there's a carrier.
Target now locked on
Oh,
unknown
boy.
Xenon ship.
My shields can't really take much more, so I'll let them charge up a minute. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea, actually, Nappy. Let's not go that way, though. Casually head to the north gate. Then once I've saved, I might come back in and see if I can take on that carrier.
No aim.
Otherwise, I'd say that was a fairly successful operation there.
Target now locked on gate thorax beard.
Oh, no, I don't think so. You're not going through.
Entering system thorax beard.
I think that solar power plant there looks good enough.
Turbo engaged. Target success. Connection to
I kind of do
local
feel a
trading
little
network
cocky
established.
now. That did save? Yes, I did. Let's see if I can take on that carrier. I'm guessing not. Not with my shields.
Target now locked on gate unidentified enemy sector.
I think I definitely need better shields, but...
Entering system unidentified enemy sector.
Ah. Okay, I see
Turbo
the carrier.
engaged. Target now locked on unknown
That's
Xenon
still
ship.
after me, okay. Take these out first.
Turbo engaged. Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
Right.
Target now. Nothing is known about this ship.
Lasers,
Rumors of its
42,000. Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low.
What? Well, if I stay up here, can it not fire on me? Okay.
Attention, energy low. Alert, rocket closing. Attention, energy low.
Oh. Bye.
Turbo
I don't know why it wasn't firing on me. That's kind of lucky.
Target alert. Rocket closing. Target now locked on. Alert, alert, alert. Rocket closing. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon
Although
ship.
they are
Target
no,
now
whoa.
locked. Mosquito missile.
They're not
Self-destructed.
very happy with me right now.
Mosquito missile. Self-destructed.
Okay.
Target now locked on.
One of the
Unknown
M3s are
Xenon
down.
ship. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Target now locked on.
Nice. That's this Xenon sector pretty much cleared. I mean, it's not cleared, obviously, but there's no carriers, there's no capital ships, there's no stations. Yeah. I was surprised I could do that much damage to their carrier, to be honest. There's some better shields are, because I've only got one 25 megawatt shield, I think. Yeah.
Turbo
So I reckon with some better shields, it'd be even better.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Gate. Thorax speared.
Oh, that's the hope. I think as a victory lap, I might clear out every Xenon sector. But I think they'll still spawn regardless.
No aim. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Okay, it's an M4. That's too much damage to me, to be honest.
Target is now in firing range.
Okay. I certainly don't feel ballsy
Target
enough
now
to take on an
locked
M2.
Argon lifter.
Not yet, anyway.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on.
Okay. There's a whole group of them over here. Let's have a look. I don't think they're doing anything. What on earth?
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
They're not doing anything. Yeah, they're not moving.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Okay.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. 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 Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector.
That is this sector completely cleared out. Nice.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Okay, that over there is the mothership. Can't actually go for it yet, I don't think. We'll wait for the storyline mission.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
See a carrier over there. See a Xenon shipyard over there.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. It is not known if this ship actually exists. However, in reaction to rumors picked up in Talati sectors, the Boron and Argon races believed that its mere threat was sufficient enough reason for them to build their own super carriers, the Boron Shark and the Argon One.
Don't know if this ship exists. Well, I can tell you right now, I'm targeting it. It exists. Yeah, that shipyard. If I remember correctly, even if I destroy this shipyard, it will still launch ships, even though it's not there anymore.
Target now. No one has ever been near enough to a Xenon space station to report what it looks like or what technology it uses.
And if I remember correctly, you could cheese it.
Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy level.
I don't think we're going to really be able to do much damage to it.
Attention, energy low. Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy low. Alert. Rocket closing.
Not really, no. The mothership is. This shipyard is not.
Attention. Energy low.
But yeah, you can hide in this little alcove here. They will come and hit you, but
Alert. Rocket
like most
closing.
of them will actually be attacking the shipyard right now.
Alert. Rocket closing.
See, they're actually attacking the shipyard because they can't quite get to me.
Attention. Energy low. Alert.
Some of them
Rocket
will make
closing.
it though.
Attention. Energy low. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy low. Alert. Rocket Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing.
Silly buggers.
Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing.
Yeah, what I like to do is just
Alert.
wait until my
Alert.
weapons are fully
Rocket
charged, because
closing.
they're going to keep the damage going to stop it from repairing too much.
Alert. Rocket closing.
And just
Attention.
unload.
Energy alert. Rocket closing.
Unfortunately, when this blows, they're all going to be pretty much
Rocket
hitting me.
closing.
So we'll
Alert.
have to do
Rocket
something to
closing.
get out of here quick.
Alert. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket alert. Rocket closing.
Oh, someone's hitting me.
Target is now. Target
Oh, I
now
see.
locked on. Unknown Xenon. Alert. Target now locked on. Attention. Energy low. Alert. Rocket closing.
Not really doing that much. I mean, we are doing damage. I mean, we've done quite a lot of damage, but
Alert. Rocket closing. No one has ever been near enough.
then as soon as this blows, we'll
Energy low.
boost out of here.
Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy low. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy low.
Almost there.
Alert. Rocket closing.
All these rockets are mainly hitting the station as well.
Attention. Energy low.
See, the carrier's on its way though.
Attention, energy low.
I reckon one or two more bursts should do it.
Attention, energy low.
Oh yeah. That's down to a thin sliver.
Attention, energy low.
Oh. Right.
Attention, energy low.
Oh, it's down to nothing. Come on.
Attention, energy
Bye.
low. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Shields critical.
Right, see you later.
Soja husk.
Yeah, indeed. Cheers for the help.
No aim.
I'll let my shields recharge. I bet they're all coming after me now. Where were they, roughly?
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon
They're
ship.
not, that's fine. Don't know where the others are. I think I should probably get out of here. Like, completely. I think later we might come back and see that the shipyard's been rebuilt or something. Possible.
No oil. Soja husk. No strop oil. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cheesy little trick that you can do in this
Turbo
game. You can just
engaged.
basically hide
Target
yourself
now locked on. Pirate
in a nook
ship.
and cranny, and they can't actually target you properly. They end up helping you destroy the station anyway, so...
Just leave me alone.
Target is now in firing range.
Be a big problem if they all start heading through the gate.
Target now.
Yeah,
locked
probably.
On. Gate. Thorax
Those all
speared.
probably. But I think that's their only shipyard, so. But unfortunately, I do know that I have seen it actually happen. Where the shipyard door
Entering
was,
system.
it will
Thorax
still
speared.
release ships even though the shipyard's gone.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, the family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable
I think
assistance. As a
eventually
reward, you get 100 credits.
the shipyard will reappear, I think. Not entirely sure.
No aim. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
see if I can get him in time.
Autopilot activated. Target now locked on.
The answer's
Split
no.
Mamba.
See how well this is doing.
Target now. Solar power plants produce energy.
Oh,
They are found
not bad.
Success.
Don't know if I lowered the
Connection to
price of
local
the
trading network established. Target now locked on. Crystal fab. Target now locked successfully.
Will I lower the
docked.
price of the energy cells? Probably not, given that there's 5,000 and I didn't check.
Connection to local trading
I did
network
not.
established.
So no, we need to put that back like
New
6.
price selected. Crystals. Turbo engaged.
That should be fine now. Right, I'm curious in that time to see how our other investments are going. Let's have
Solar
a
power plants produce energy.
No.
No aim. Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
I don't know if that's going to make things better for the split for now. I mean, if there's less Xenon, I'm
Target
hoping that
now
means
locked
there's going to be
on.
less
Gate
Xenon to
family
come
chain.
here. I kind of did it for my own reasons, because I kind of don't want my station getting attacked.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Family Chin.
Oh dear.
Target now locked on. Split. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Target now locked on. Split Mule.
Yes, exactly that, Nappy, exactly that. Split still consider me a family friend, which is good. Means we've made good progress there. Means they should be more willing to help us. Not necessarily, but they might be more willing to, which is kind of important.
No aim. Target now locked on. Split Mule. Target now locked on. Gate Chin's fire. Turbo engaged.
Probably be Xenon waiting on the other side of that gate.
Entering system. Chin's fire.
No. No Xenon at all.
Target now locked on. Split Mamba.
I'll take that as a win.
Turbo engaged. Shields critical. No aim.
So if our little war with the Xenon is what? Separated up with individual skirmishes and conflicts and all that lovely stuff. Should we chalk what we've just done, that little operation that we've just done, as a victory? It's certainly disruptive.
Target now locked on. Gate chins clouds.
Still curious as to... Oh, excuse me. I'm still curious as to why...
Entering system. Chins
We found
clouds.
a load of M5s that just weren't doing anything. Oh.
Target now locked on. Unknown.
M3.
Nothing is known.
An old kind of M3. It's not very upgraded.
Target is now in firing range.
Hey. Behind you.
Family Chin and the Split
Okay.
Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
North now. Then we'll check on our stations.
No aim.
Honey talks. Says hello and learns to walk.
Target now locked on. Gate family pride.
Think that ship is gonna scan us. It gets close enough to us. If I'm right.
We are scanned by Split Wolf.
Yeah, I was right. Of course. Of no reason to carry illegal cargo.
Entering system family pride.
Oh,
Target now locked on. Split elephant. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing.
seriously?
The Family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Okay. So we have... Goodness, how many factories did we build? I think we've built like 4. The solar power plant that we've just been to, and 3 in here.
Target now locked on. Shelt Space Aquarium.
That's not made much profit yet. Made a little profit, but not
Target
much.
Rastar Refinery is a dark and evil smelling.
That's made quite a
Success.
bit. Give him a little bit off the top and leave him with some
Connection to
left.
local trading network established. Funds transfer. Funds.
That should do
Target
it.
now successfully docked.
Welcome back to your
I'll also
Shell
adjust
Aquarium.
this one as well.
Connection to local trading network established. Funds. Funds.
Oh. Suppose it makes sense. They've not really had much time to do anything yet. See how this one's doing.
Target now locked on. Shield. This production facility manufactures the heavier defense shields.
It's out of credits.
Selected. Micro. Success. Connection to local trading network. Cargo bay at 25 megawatt.
I'll take
shield.
one.
Transferred. Funds
I mean, sweet, we got 50 our shields now, 50 megawatts. I'm gonna say one more circuit around the territories, head into Paranid space at the end, pick up some Hornet missiles, and then resume the story. Fairly confident with what we got at the moment.
entering system. Thurrock's Pride. No aim. Turbo engaged.
See the gate. It's a nice planet, by the way.
Target now locked on. Gate family Zine. Entering system, family Zine. Target now locked on. Unknown
Got a
Xenon
nice little
ship.
welcoming party.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Autopilot activated.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
There we go. Uh-oh. Right, I've just realised something. I have to be right back anyway. I want to take a drink. Get a drink. And I've been going for 4.5 hours, so
Target now
I'll take a
locked
little
on.
break.
Gamma PAC laser.
What I'll do is I'll save
successful.
it, exit, shut down my email program all while I'm on the BRB screen. So I'll be right back,
Salvage insurance.
and I'm back.
Salvage insurance allows a recoverable program to be put into operation that will enable the pilot to retrieve vital data and credits they have amassed so far. It is available at most space stations.
I was able to
situated-
turn off my, because I left my email application open, which is putting email get noises through the stream, which is not great. I can't really alt tab out the game. So yeah, I got my drink though, and yeah, I'm ready to keep going.
No aim.
Right. Let's see.
Target now locked on. Talati
Clear
Vulture.
my throat. Go. So should be
Target
family
now
we.
locked on. Gate family we.
Yes. Perfect. Where we need to be. Then east, sorry, west, sorry, would be back into Taladi space.
Entering system family we. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Oh, excellent news. Temtem's here.
Target is now in firing range.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Rami. Oh.
Autopilot activated. Autopilot off.
The family Jin and the
Yeah, they
Split
don't really want
Dynasty
to ram
are
into me
appreciative
now
of your
that
valuable assistance. As a
I
reward,
have more
you
than
get
enough
100
shields
credits.
to take them on.
Target is now in firing range.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a
Excellent
reward,
stuff,
you
though.
get 500 credits.
Oh, let's go. South and we'll go west, south, and west again. Be back into Sizewell then. I think. Pull up my map actually.
Target now locked on. Split mule.
Yeah, if we go west, south would be in Sizewell. Then west, north, west, south, south, something.
Entering system. Taladi gain.
Tell you what, it's a lovely breeze coming in through the door at the moment.
Target now locked on. Boron Dolphin.
It's actually very refreshing. Right, south.
Turbo engaged. Shields critical. No aim.
Jeez, that's fast. Whoa, look at all those red marks. Ooh. It's like somebody went and kicked their little hornet hive, isn't it? Wonder who did that. Oh yeah, look at the Taladi responding in force. I mean, you're threatening their profit. Oh, the Taladi have got them. I guess it's just going to be a complete mystery.
Target now locked on. Gate Sizewell. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Sizewell. Turbo engaged.
If they've got it, we might see if I can pick up some microchips. Could be useful. If we're gonna, if we go into boron space, we might be able to find a computer plant, sell them. The computer plant's usually empty.
Target now. Chip plants produce microchips.
Oh, 500,000 credits.
Target now locked on. Chip plant. Chip plants produce microchips.
2 credits.
Essential component. Success. Connection to local trading network established. Funds transferred.
Wait. Vulture's been destroyed. There's only 2.
The credits that this factory made by selling its products can be transferred to your account. Also, credits from your account can be transferred. Insufficient credits. Funds transferred. Insufficient credit. Transporter ordered at funds transferred. Insufficient credits. Microchips. Target successfully docked.
Welcome back to your chip plant.
Need to find out.
Connection to local trading network established.
Possible.
Funds transferred. Funds transferred. Turbo engaged. Chip plants produce
Oh,
micro.
it's got 400,000.
Target now locked on. Chip plant. Target now locked on. Chip plant.
Okay, let's check out the mine real quick.
Silicon mine. Target now locked on.
96. Yeah, that's
Success.
got a load of energy cells on it.
Connection
So
to local trading network established.
we'll be able to take a skim off that.
Funds transferred. Funds transferred. Funds transferred.
Yeah, that should do it.
Turbo engaged.
Maybe I should check on the solar power plant in the Nexus.
No aim. Target now locked on. Talati Vulture. Vulture is the trading vessel. Target now. Vulture is the trading vessel commonly used.
Okay, I see.
Target now locked on. Gate. Greater profit. Entering system. Greater profit. Turbo engaged.
Alright. Go check out that solar power plant over there, and then we'll start heading back
Target
in
now locked on to Lottie Vulture.
territory way.
Target now locked on solar power plant.
Yeah, that could do topping up. Oh.
Connection to local trading network established. Energy cells are the unified energy storage used
Oh yeah, you could
throughout
do
the
with
whole
topping up,
map.
but
Funds transferred.
I'm gonna be able to transfer much a trip.
Successfully docked.
On behalf of Chairman Keogh,
Unless I can get rid of these
the Telani Company are delighted for the opportunity to make great profits with such as you. Welcome on board this crystal
microchips sooner rather than later. That might not be optimal in terms of profit.
Connection to local trading network established.
87.
Crystal target now
That's not
locked on.
great.
Crystal target now. No station for docking found. Target now locked on. Teladi Vulture. Vulture is the trading vessel commonly used by the Teladi in all space. Target now locked on. 6. Connection to local trading network. Crystals. Turbo engaged.
Okay.
Turbo
I'll
engaged.
use that one to get there quicker.
Shields critical.
Hey. Better use normal turbo
Target
when going
now locked
normal
on.
seater when going through
Space
the
Weed
gate though.
drift.
You never know, there could be Xenon on the other side because of positioning.
Entering system. Space Weed drift. Target now locked on.
Just as
Unknown
I
Xenon
predicted.
ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
On a pirate ship.
Target unknown. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help.
Target now locked.
On behalf of Chairman,
Target now locked on.
on behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As on behalf of Chairman Keogh,
See, no damage to the shields despite
timely
ramming.
help in the saving of much profit. As a
Hardly
reward,
any
you get
damage.
1,000 credits.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Knock on it. Where are you?
On behalf of
There
Chairman
we go.
Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit.
I mean,
As a
it
reward, you
was...
get 1,000 credits.
You remember just last week when we were so squishy? I'd run away from the fights, we'd laugh. Oh. Yeah. I think other than extension, I'm not sure, but I don't think we'll get another beautiful exploit again
Target now
until
locked
X3
on.
Albion
Pirate ship.
Prelude. And that's where we can exploit the stock market.
Get on someone else's nerves.
With Nvidium.
Space weed.
And it's gonna be cheesy. It's gonna be real cheesy. Oh, not quite. We're getting there though.
Target now locked on. Gate. Profit share. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward,
Entering system. Profit share. Target now locked on. Unknown
Okay, we've got
Xenon
an
ship.
M3, maybe an M4.
Target is now in firing range.
on behalf of Chairman Keogh,
Oh no, it's another
the
M3.
Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Target
On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits. On behalf of Chairman Keogh,
Hey,
the Telani Company are grateful
this
for your
one's
timely
running
help
away.
in the saving of much profit. As a reward,
Oh, where are
you
you
get
running?
500 credits.
Oh,
attempt.
On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company
That
are
works.
grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
Shields critical. Turbo engaged.
okay. Back to the normal, just in case. Not sure there will be, but you never know.
Entering system. Theo's Buctoid.
Oh,
Target
yeah, there
now locked
definitely is.
on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help. On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 100 credits. On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get
Kind of
500
hoping that
On behalf of Chairman Keogh,
our factories, at
the
least in
Telani
Argon
Company
space,
grateful
are
for
doing
your
very
timely help
well.
in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 1,000
I
credits.
think I put some in Paranid space as well, didn't I? Oh yes, I did. Food ones. Oh, fingers crossed.
Turbo engaged.
Let's use it again.
Shields critical.
Quicker. I didn't think I'd be using this, but I'm using it quite a lot.
Target now locked on. Gate to Ladi Gain.
Wait. We're going the wrong way. Should be going west, not east.
Turbo engaged.
Luckily, that's an easy
Shields
mistake to
critical.
fix. Go. That shield charge up again.
Entering system. Menelaus frontier.
I just went right through a ship. Okay. That's a thing that just happened.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter. Shields critical. No aim.
No, let's bump these
Turbo
microchips off.
engaged.
Means we're going to need to find a complete plan.
Target now locked on. Gate Queen's space.
Was going to go through Atreus' clouds again, swing by the pirate base, but I think I'll wait for now.
Entering system. Queen's space. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. In the name of Queen Atreus and the
Perfect.
Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance.
Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede.
I really should have picked up a license. Okay.
Turbo engaged. Shields critical. No aim. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. No aim. Target now selected. Select success.
Yeah, let's dock here, get a license.
Connection to local trading network established. Cargo bay.
Oh, it's solemn here.
Boron. Turbo engaged.
I think a chip plant will give me a bit more for
Turbo
them.
engaged.
A lot more. Because I think the average price is 7,200. What a trading dock will give you. The trading dock will always give you average price.
Target now locked on. Gate Rokes drift.
That would have been through
Entering
that weird
system.
pirate ship.
Rocks drift.
Hey.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Hey! Leave the boron ship alone.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits. In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100
Excuse
credits.
me.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits. In the name of Queen Atreus
Yeah, that
and the Kingdom of
works.
Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Target is now in firing range.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the
Hello.
Kingdom of Boron,
And
thank you for
the
your
chip
valuable
plant
assistance.
should
As
be
a
over
reward, you
there.
get 500 credits.
Or rather, the computer component
Shields
factory.
critical.
Think. Oh, that is a chip.
Target now locked on. Computer plant. A computer plant manufactures both full computer systems
That
and individual computer
7,610
components.
for microchips.
Successfully docked.
A bit more than 7,200.
Connection to local trading.
Oh yeah, and we have 113 on us. Yeah, selling them. 1.3 million credits we have in total afterwards.
Microchips are manufactured from silicon wafers.
800,000
Microchips
odd
sold.
credits. Give or take.
Turbo engaged.
So now we're at 1.3 million again.
No aim. Target now locked on. Boron Dolphin.
BTSHT.
Target now locked on. Gate Kingdom End.
Right. That was immature moment over.
Entering system. Kingdom End.
Yeah, that's right. I put a solar power plant in here as well. The other one was so high demand.
Turbo
Let's
engaged.
check it out, see how it's done.
Shields. Crit target now locked. Solar power plants produce energy.
Fairly well.
Success.
Just skim that up.
Connection to local trading network established. Funds transferred.
0.7 mil.
No aim. Target
Yeah,
now
let's
locked
go
on.
deal with that.
Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
Welcome back, Dozel. We're up to 1.7 million credits.
In the Kingdom of Boron. We thank you for your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate 3 worlds. Turbo engaged. Entering system 3 worlds.
We can certainly do a bit with that, yeah.
Target now locked on. Boron Dolphin.
How we're doing here?
Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Solar power plants produce energy.
Oh. Pick up some crystals before we head in there.
Connection to local trading network established. Target now locked. Target successfully docked.
Welcome back to your solar.
Yeah.
Connection to local trading
Command
network
seems to be better
established.
though.
Funds transferred. Crystals transferred.
Oh, we just broke 2 million
Turbo
credits.
engaged.
We're good. Right.
Success.
Let's find somewhere to dock and save.
Connection to local trading network established. Target now locked on. Solar power plant Alpha.
Next step is Argon Prime.
Turbo engaged. Shields critical. No aim.
Oh, I see red markers. Mind you, I also see friendlies that are going for it as well. So I'm thinking, I'm not sure whether or not I put down a Gamma HEPT laser forge yet. If I
Target
haven't,
now locked on. Gate
I'm
cloud
definitely
base
going
northwest.
to.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Cloud base northwest.
They're going to practically print money. I should take Aaron's Nebula.
Turbo engaged. Shields critical.
Don't see gate, but I assume it's over there somewhere. And then there's a line going in there. Oh yeah, I see it now.
Target now locked on. Gate Heron's Nebula. Turbo engaged. Entering system, Heron's Nebula.
Then south into Argon Prime.
Turbo engaged. Turbo
Xenon,
engaged.
awesome.
Shields critical.
Okay. Oh, there's some red blips. Oh, they went and picked a fight with the station. Well, nice knowing you, Xenon. Bye-bye. Into Argon Prime.
Entering system,
Over the games, the
Argon
gate
Prime.
goes through redesigns as well, which is kind of weird considering they were built by an ancient species. Alright, no worries. Oh, I remember why we didn't build any more factories in Argon Prime, because the transporter was in use.
Argon target now locked on. Wheat farm. Success.
Okay, the wheat farm's done very well for itself. Full stock of energy
Connection
cells.
to local trading network
give or take.
established. Funds transferred. Funds.
Ooh.
Turbo engaged.
Hell. Where's that transport ship gone? Actually, I wonder if the Argon are friendly enough for a destroyer to tell me where stuff is. See the transport.
Target.
What can I do for you, pilots? Fly to the south gate. I'm glad I could be of assistance. Titan over and out.
Huh. Will help.
This is the captain. We're busy doing other things at the moment.
So no, still can't hire the transporter in this system.
No aim.
I'll go buy a Hornet missile then, I guess.
Target now locked on. Gate light home. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Light home. Turbo engaged.
Not seeing
Shields
any
critical.
Xenon over there, but over at the side.
Target now locked on. Gate red light. Turbo
Okay,
engaged.
and then from here it's south.
Entering system. Red light. Target now locked on. Turbo engaged. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Okay. Sounds quiet. I don't hear any fighting. Pirate ships, though.
Turbo. Target now locked on. Target is now in firing range. Space fuel. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. Entering system. Cloud base southwest. Turbo engaged.
Oh, I did put a station in here as well.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter.
Okay, so let's see how that station. I think I remember now. How they're doing.
No aim. Turbo engaged. Shields critical. Target now locked on. Success. Connection to local trading
Yeah,
network.
pretty successful.
Funds transferred. Funds transferred.
I think there's enough stuff on there that they
Argon wheat farms.
profit out of that. That's fine. Now we're up to 2.5 million. Yeah, I think we can. Story, really. I mean, we've already got a mineral scanner, which is what we needed. We've got better shields now, so we can handle ourselves. We could probably get away with
No
traveling
aim.
through Xenon space, to be honest. We got almost the best weapons in the game. We just need to pick up some Hornet missiles and we're good.
Target now locked on. Gate Emperor Mines.
Hornet missiles are not cheap though. Which is exactly why I'm hoping my
Turbo
factory, and
engaged.
I think I've found a factory to make them, has made some.
Entering system Emperor Mines. Turbo
There we go.
engaged. Shield target now locked on. Shield armor. This production
put down a
facility
shield plant, did I?
manufactures the larger 5
Oh.
kilowatt shield used by larger fighters and transporters. Shields are vital for
Oh, okay.
success. Connection to local
I mean-
trading network established. Funds transferred.
3.5 million.
Funds transferred. Turbo engaged.
Didn't realize it was that I'd put down. Yeah, I remember now. Those 5 megawatt shields seem to be selling like, or like crack, to be honest. Space crack. Shields.
No aim. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Hammer the shield dealer.
Target is now in firing range.
Sorry, I could do with more Paranid rep. Why am I
Autopilot.
apologizing to
By the name
Xenon?
of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Target now locked on. Paranid Prometheus. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
Welcome. Right. Do they?
Target now locked on. Gate Paranid Prime.
I don't think. I don't. Nah. Of course not. Sarcasm. Really?
Entering system Paranid Prime.
No, I was totally serious. What do you think?
Turbo
Right.
engaged.
Okay, so again. Okay, so apparently we only have one factory in this system. Go a bit more than that. No, it's one. Move the same.
Target now locked on. Sawyery. A sawyery is a Paranid food factory.
Again, that's done very well as well.
Connection to local trading network established.
Unbelievably well.
Funds transferred. Turbo engaged.
Right.
No rockets. Target now. Parented space equipment docks are the
Missile,
places in the
Hornet
parented
missile.
territory
Yep,
to
for
upgrade.
6480. Okay.
Turbo
6480
engaged.
noted. The other place is less than that. I think I'm buying them from. That's a laser.
Target now locked on. Beta HEPT laser forge. Beta. Target now locked on. Space missile factory. Gamma.
6163. That's an order of magnitude deeper. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do.
Connection to local trading network established.
I can only take 10.
Hornet missile installed. The Hornet class missile.
Seriously. Okay. I see no reason to delay this. Head back to split space through Xenon space.
No aim.
So from Priest's Pity we'll be going north, then east, south, east, east, north.
Target now locked on.
Traveling
Gate
through 5
priest
Xenon
rings.
sectors.
Turbo engage. Entering system. Priest rings. Target now locked on. Parented Ganymede. Turbo engaged. Shields critical. No aim.
I can hear fighting.
Target now locked on. Parented Ganymede. Target now locked on. Split. Target now locked on. Gate. Priest's Pity.
Nice planet.
Entering system. Priest's Pity.
Okay. We're in the right place.
Target now locked on.
Oh
Parented
gee, I
Ganymede.
wonder what that slowly rotating black square is that suddenly turned into a sphere. I think that's where I'll probably go and save, actually. Never know, I could buy some cheeky speed upgrades.
Target now locked on. Pirate base. Successfully.
Do a before and after
Connection
save.
to local trading network established.
So, there's my before.
Engine tuning bot. This service is a time-limited engine tuning rudder optimization bot.
My after.
No aim.
Oh dear. That's not good.
Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Okay.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Autopilot activated.
By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest
Oh,
Duke,
right up
we offer
there.
grateful thanks for your aid. As a
Very
reward,
up
you
close
get
and
1,000
personal.
credits.
Start spices.
Oh, we're definitely faster now. Goodness.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Yeah, I would hope so. We just spent over 1 million credits on upgrades.
Target now locked
Just
on.
there.
Paranid Ganymede.
Okay, this is surprisingly quiet.
Hornet missile ready.
Ah.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter.
Okay.
No aim. Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector.
This will be south.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Oh, we might get...
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. No aim.
Mm-hmm.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Hell, that's quick.
Alert. Rocket closing.
Whoa.
Target left firing range.
Yeah, that is quick. He's coming up behind me.
Target now locked on. Unknown. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target left firing range. Turbo engaged.
Not even turbo can I keep up with him. I have very good turning though.
Target is now in firing range. Target left firing
That
range.
is obscenely fast.
This destroyer was one of the most powerful ships the Argon faced in the Xenon conflict, and its memory still deserves the greatest of respect. It had formidable firepower and a great defensive capability. It is not known whether this ship has since been upgraded or replaced.
Oh, I've got 2. Lovely. Fantastic. I don't know if they're trying to ram into me or what.
Alert. Rocket closing.
Oh yeah, I would say that's a distinct possibility.
Dragonfly missile. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
See ya.
Entering system.
Welcome back.
Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on Argon Buster.
East. There's 3 destroyers in this system.
Target now locked on Paranid Ganymede. Target now locked on Paranid Ganymede. Target now locked on Pirate Ship.
Yeah.
No aim. Target now locked on Paranid Ganymede.
Oh, lots of Xenon fighters here. I did at least get some speed upgrades before we come out, so... But apparently that is
Entering
not
system.
enough.
Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
See, the shipyard's still gone. Let's go after that carrier, you know.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on
I think it
unknown
knows.
Xenon ship. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Nothing is known about this ship.
Most of its ships are still landed. How much damage a Hornet missile will do.
Target is now in firing range.
Oh, no. Oh, a fair bit of damage, actually.
Attention.
Oh! Oh, it's a good job I saved. Apparently that was not good. I do wonder, though, if I should buy some more engine tunings.
Engine tuning bought.
Now cost 500,000 credits
Turbo
per
engaged.
tuning. That's 10.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector.
To be honest, it's almost imperceptible to me.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get by the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest Duke. We offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 500 credits. By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest Duke.
But maybe I am faster, who
Thanks
knows.
for your aid. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked
East.
on. Paranid Ganymede. Turbo engaged. Target now
Probably not
locked
like
on.
that,
Argon
actually.
lifter.
Not in, not in Xenon space. That's asking for trouble.
No aim.
I don't know. Actually, it's not so imperceptible anymore. That's definitely faster. It looks faster, so it's not imperceptible.
Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
South.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. No aim. Target now. Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
I think it's having a harder time catching up with me.
Target now locked on. Argon discovery.
East again.
No aim. Target now locked on. Argon lifter. No aim. Target now locked on. Split mule. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Question is, do I try taking on the carrier again, or be a little bit smarter about it this time? Fine.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Autopilot activated. Target attention. Energy alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy low. Attention. Energy alert. Rocket closing. Autopilot off. Alert. Rocket closing.
So close.
Nothing is known about this ship. Alert. Rocket closing.
There we go.
Target now locked on. Unknown. Target now locked. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy low. Wasp missile. Wasp missile. Wasp missile. Wasp missile. Self-destructive.
There we go.
Target now. Nothing is known about this.
How many of these were left over from the shipyard?
No.
Yeah, we just take the lemon pledge that is the X-Proto shuttle and just smear it across this sector.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Boron octopus. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
I see they've actually kept this sector somewhat clean. Good for them. I think we need to go to, was it Chin's Clouds?
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
Ah, but a bad conversation could be detrimental to profits.
Target now locked on.
I think it was, I don't know. I thought it was an eye patch. Or a hat. Hooray. That's adorable.
Thorax beard.
I mean, it kind of is, yeah. Oh,
Target
goody.
now locked on. Split mule.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are the family Chin and the Split Dynasty. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance.
You want to talk to me? You long journey, you fly through Northgate.
Northgate, thank you. Like a whooper with a hat. Something else we can actually do in the later games is that we can actually rename factories.
No aim.
Call them pretty much whatever we want. It might be useful if we wanted to make up company
Solar
names or
target
something.
Now locked on. Solar power
Oh.
plant. Target now locked on. Success.
Oh. No reason to keep that under stock.
Connection to local trading network. Established. Target successfully docked.
Put some crystals into the solar power plant.
Connection to local trading network. Crystals. Target now locked on. Target now locked on. Crystal fab. Success.
I mean, yeah.
Connection to local trading network established. Crystal. Target now locked. Selected. Crystal. Successfully docked.
Welcome back to your solar power plant.
Cargo bay empty.
I'll have to work out how the naming convention should be. But we'll sort something out.
Connection to local trading network established. Crystals transferred. Funds transferred. Target now locked on. Crystal fab successfully docked.
In the name of Priest Emperor Czar, our Priest Duke welcomes all friends of the Pyramid
Absolutely.
aboard the Empire's
Ideas.
Crystal Fab.
Yeah. Also gonna
Connection to local trading network
go about
established.
like naming capital
Crystal.
ships as well.
Target now
That
successfully
should be
docked.
fun.
Welcome back to your solar power plant.
Basically, any ships that you can only buy one of at a time, I think, should be ones that we can
Connection
name.
to local trading network established. Crystal. Target now locked. Target now Connection to local trading network
Oh.
established.
Did I not pick any
Target
up?
now. Target now locked on. Success. Connection to local trade. Target now successfully docked.
Welcome back to your solar power plant.
Connection to local trading network. Crystals.
Okay,
Target
one more
now.
should do
Target
it.
now. Target successfully docked.
In the name of Priest Emperor Czar,
You're not even Paranid. Ah. Right.
Connection to local Target successfully docked. Connection to local trading network. Crystals transferred.
Perfect. Right.
Turbo
Go.
engaged.
Fourth, wasn't it? Yeah, definitely noticeably
No
faster.
aim. Target now locked. Split space equipment docks are the places in the split. Success.
Got the best weapons in the game.
Connection to local trading network established. Gamma HE plasma thrower removed.
Interesting.
A deadly weapon. Gamma HE plasma thrower installed.
They only have one. Whoops. And I just lost my policing license.
Turbo
God
engaged.
damn it. I feel like that wasn't my fault.
Target now locked on. Split trading port. Success. Connection to local trading network established. Split police license bought.
Yeah, whoopsie.
Target now locked on. Split space equipment docks are the places in the split territory to upgrade space vehicles.
He's heading to Thoric's Beard. Pick up out off.
Target now locked on. Split mule.
Hang on, it says heading to Thoric's Beard. We're in Thoric's Beard.
Target now. Split space equipment docks are the places in the split territory to upgrade space vehicles. Turbo engaged. Shields target this space missile factory manufacturer. No aim.
Have to look out for a... Yeah, he was trying to brake check me.
Target now locked on. Target now. The mule is a versatile. Target now locked on. Gate family Chin. Entering system family Chin.
Oh. Okay.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Family Chin, yes.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Wait, you firing at me?
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
No, I think it's just their family name, but yeah, I do see where you're coming from. That's pretty hilarious.
Target now locked on. Gamma HEPT laser 6.
That's where I need to buy my second one from. I get there before the transport
Connection
ship does.
to local Gamma HE plasma flow
Perfect.
installed.
Now we've got the best weapons in the game. Check out that bloody recoil though. So we have 16 megawatts of firepower.
No aim. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate Chin's fire.
It should be east from Chin's fire.
Entering system, Chin's fire. Target now locked on, unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
I just one-shot those M4s. Oof.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty
Oh, yeah.
are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
Honored friend. Excellent. Haven't damaged our reputation too
Target
much.
now locked on, Split Mule.
Oh shit, their chin is on fire. Yep. I can't. Extension starts giving the law of the system.
No aim.
Can't wait to get to that because we can read them out and see potentially why the system was called this. Flaming chins.
Target now locked on, Gate, Chin's Clouds.
Yeah, it's gonna get better. We're going into Chin's clouds now.
Turbo engaged. Entering system, Chin's Clouds. Target now locked on, unknown Xenon ship.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get the family Chin. The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, the family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Yeah, I know. This is, as I said, the it's the most powerful weapon in this game. Right, I actually do not remember where to start looking for these asteroids, so we gotta scan these asteroids.
Target now locked. An asteroid is
Silicon wafers.
target. An asteroid is one of
More silicon wafers.
target. An asteroid is one of
More.
target. An asteroid is
More.
target. An asteroid is one of
Silicon wafers.
an asteroid. Target
Wafers. I think I see a pirate base.
target. An asteroid is one. Target now locked on. Asteroid.
56. Ah.
Target, an asteroid is one of the... Target, an asteroid is one of the smallest natural... No aim.
Gotta be a better way of doing this.
Target now locked.
Search it up. I will. Give me a moment.
No aim.
Okay. It's apparently random.
Target
Scan
now
all
locked.
of them.
An asteroid is one of...
Every single asteroid in this system.
Target, an asteroid is one of the...
Apparently the number at the end, you see where this says ASCU55? Oh,
Target
yeah,
now
there.
locked on asteroid.
Alpha Sierra Charlie Uniform 55. Apparently the asteroid I'm looking for ends with 00.
Target, an asteroid is one of the smallest natural
64.
objects in free space. Unlike planets,
We need to come in here with some silicon mines, I think.
target, an asteroid is one of the... An asteroid is one of... Target now locked on asteroid. An asteroid is... Target now locked on. An asteroid is one of... Target now locked on asteroid. Target now locked on. An asteroid is one of the smallest natural objects. Target now locked. An asteroid is one of the smallest natural...
Yeah, this could
Target
take a
now
while.
target now locked on asteroid. No aim.
Mind you, I'm just randomly searching them without doing any kind of search pattern.
Target now locked. An asteroid is one of the smallest natural...
Assume that this 00 thing's right.
Target now locked on asteroid. An asteroid is one of the smallest.
Yeah, that's not right.
Target now locked. An asteroid is one of. Target now locked on. No aim. An asteroid is one of. Target now locked. An asteroid is one of.
I think we're probably going to want to do some kind of search pattern.
Target now locked on. Asteroid. Target now locked on. Asteroid. Target. An asteroid is one of the smallest. Target now locked on. Asteroid. An asteroid is one of the. Target. An asteroid is one of.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do some kind of search pattern.
Target now. An asteroid is one of. Target now locked on. Asteroid.
Already scanned that one.
Target now locked on. Asteroid. An asteroid is one of. Target now locked on. Asteroid. Target now locked. An asteroid is. Target now locked on. Asteroid. Target now locked on. Asteroid. Target now locked on. Split mule. Target now locked on. An asteroid. No aim.
Okay, this is mildly
Target now locked
infuriating.
on. Asteroid. Target now locked on. An asteroid is.
Alright, I tell you what. We'll start with this quadrant. We'll scan all 4 of the asteroids in this quadrant.
Target now locked. An asteroid is one of the small.
Okay. Where's the next one? This way.
Target now locked on. Asteroid. Target now locked on. Asteroid. Target now. An asteroid is one of the smallest.
Oh, well,
natural
there we go.
objects
There it
in
is.
space.
And it doesn't end with 0, 0. In my case, it ended with 7, 2. And people were saying it was in the bottom right. Well, I mean, they were right that it's random. Mine's in the top right. But there it is. Search patterns, they work.
An asteroid is
We
one of the
have
smallest
traces
natural
of unknown mineral. Which is pretty much exactly what we're looking for. Okay. Blow it up. Oh,
Hornet missile self-destruct asteroid.
that's helpful.
Asteroid.
Am I supposed to pick these up?
Warning, cargo bay open. Shields are down.
No idea.
Cargo bay now contains asteroid. Cargo bay asteroid. Warning, we are scanned by Split Wolf. Cargo bay now contains silicon wafers. Cargo bay asteroid. Warning, cargo bay open. Shields are down. Cargo bay now contains asteroid. Cargo bay. Warning, cargo bay open.
I believe I have to now pick them all up.
Cargo bay now contains asteroid. Cargo bay now contains silicon wafers. Asteroid. Cargo bay empty. Warning, cargo bay open. Shields are down. Cargo bay now contains silicon wafers. Asteroid. Cargo bay empty. Warning, cargo bay open. Shields are down. Cargo bay now contains silicon wafers. Cargo bay empty. Silicon wafers. Warning, cargo bay open. Shields are down. Cargo bay now contains silicon wafers. Cargo bay empty. Asteroid. Asteroid.
Wait, what's that over there?
Target now locked on.
That's got a registration number. An M5. Oh. I think that's what we're looking for.
Warning, cargo bay open. Shields are down.
Try and hold it steady. I'm gonna
try and make a final log entry. Can't keep us stable much longer, Captain. Losing power in the stabilizers, Captain.
Video feed up and running, Captain.
Okay, Combs, let's go for it. I have no idea who or what's gonna see this. But for what it's worth, this is the last ship's log completed by Earth Fleet Commander Nathan R. Gunn. As you can see, we're damaged and out of control. We're gonna try and crash land on a planet our scanners detected that could sustain life, but it's far away. I've estimated we've just enough power to drive us towards its gravitational pull.
Captain, stabilizer's still losing power.
Hold it as long as you can, damn it. Not much longer. Anyway, we succeeded in tricking the terraformers to follow us through the jump gate. As soon as my fleet made the breakthrough, we turned and waited for them to appear. It didn't take long. We were still forming our battle position when they appeared. Before they'd time to realize what was happening, we attacked.
That seems to have got it, Captain. Try to hurry. I've no idea how long I can keep a signal.
Okay, Combs, you got it. We managed to destroy many of their ships, but there were so many of them. Wave after wave of them. Eventually, they began to wear us down. Soon, I had no choice. I ordered what remained of the fleet to turn and run. We split up, and the terraformers followed. We seem to have outrun them. The downside is that all navigation systems are damaged. Better make that destroy, Captain!
Stabilizer's almost gone, Captain.
Just get us inside the gravitational pull. We'll go manual, then turn off the engines and try to glide us to the surface. I've no idea where we are or what planet we're about to crash land on. I've no idea if the terraformers are behind us or already there. I've no idea if any other Earth ships survived.
Stabilizer's holding, Captain.
I hope our trick worked and Space Command managed to seal the Earth end of the jump gate. The bad news is that I failed to destroy the gate at this end. It's still intact. I only hope the terraformers never realize that.
Losing signal again, Captain.
Some time ago, we passed a bunch of asteroids. I'm putting this log into a sealed container and firing it off in a drone missile. It's aimed at the largest asteroid. When it makes contact, it should nicely embed itself into the rock. The container has a signal device that should be picked up by any of Earth's survivors. At least they'll know someone else is alive out here.
Signal getting fainter, Captain.
Should anyone find this log, don't bother searching for us. We're light years away and we'll probably all be dead anyway. But if you are from Earth, for God's sake, make sure you get to the jump gate and disable it. I'm sorry I cannot give navigational locations. The place should be easy to find, as there will be a lot of space debris around. Over 1,000 ships were destroyed in that battle. Their burnt-out hulks will be floating over a wide area. Try looking where the debris is thickest. The jump gate should be a short distance behind it.
Signal almost gone, Captain.
Missile prepared and ready to launch, Captain.
Hopefully the terraformers will never find the jump gate, but just in case, they...
Cargo bay closed.
There we go. I suppose now we take that back to the Goners. Oh no, we take it to the Argon Destroyer. That makes
Target now locked
sense.
on. Split trading port.
Oh yeah,
Selected
while I'm here.
silicon wafers. Silicon wafers ejected. Successfully docked.
What was I even targeting?
Connection to local trading network.
Oh, I see.
Turbo engaged.
Right. We'll go back through Xenon territory, I guess, because then we can go through... Oh,
Cargo bay closed.
when we go through it, we'll go through Paranid territory and hopefully take out Xenon on the way, so... we can increase the Paranid.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate Chin's fire.
Oh. Say. Oh yeah, to boost our Paranid reputation, basically.
Entering system Chin's fire. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Shields critical. No aim.
Go.
Target now locked on. Gate Family Chin.
Going to ask, do you appreciate that I don't talk over the cutscenes and stuff? It's something that you guys are actually very much okay
Target
with.
now
I'll
locked on.
do that rather than giving a running commentary over them.
No aim. Target now locked on. Split mule. No aim. Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
Yeah, I figured as such. Yeah, I figured as such. It's why I didn't say anything.
Target now locked on. Gate Thurok speared. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Thurok speared. Target now locked on. Split mule. Turbo engaged. Shields critical. No aim. Target now locked on. No aim. Target now locked on. Split Mamba. Target now
I
locked
think he's
on.
a goner.
Unknown. Target
yeah.
now locked on. Split Mamba.
And for cutscenes, I will just go mute my mic and tape and watch with you.
No aim. Target now locked
Basically
on. Gate
continue doing what I was
unidentified
already
enemy
doing.
sector.
You're very welcome. Right.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Split Scorpion.
West, 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 south. And on, but not many.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship. No aim. Target now locked on. Split mule. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede.
Okay.
Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede.
They frozen as well. They are. That is so eerie. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Yeah, they're not moving at all.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Is it a bug with the game, or is it a
Target
bug with the
now
Xenon?
locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
He's just still as... Where is he? Creepy.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now
Well, there are
locked
some
on.
moving.
Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is alert. Rocket closing. Target alert. Rocket closing.
That is nuts.
Target now locked on. Unknown.
So some of them are
missile
moving and some of them are
self-destructed.
working, some of them
Target
aren't.
left firing range. No. Target now locked on. Split mule. Alert. Rocket closing. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on split mule.
Baffling. But that's fine. I wonder if I can go toe to toe with the destroyer now. That'd be an interesting test.
Target now locked on. Turbo engaged. Entering system unidentified enemy sector. Turbo engaged.
I don't want to know what kind of stuff they sell at their trading door.
Target no one has ever been near enough to a
Nothing.
Xenon space station to report what it looks like or what technology it uses. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing
Well,
range.
this one's certainly feisty.
No station for docking found. Attention, energy.
There we go.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Turbo engaged.
They can
Target left firing
still
range.
outrun me, apparently.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon
Another
ship.
I him.
Target now locked on alert. Rocket closing.
Oof.
Hornet missile. Hornet missile self-destructed. Autopilot off. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed.
Probably could if I could get close enough.
Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing.
Oh! The answer is yes. Answer very much is a yes. I just need to get close enough.
Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Shields critical.
Oof.
Attention, energy.
Got lucky. Real lucky. Uh-oh.
Turbo engaged.
Not so lucky.
Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Target left firing range. Alert. Rocket alert.
It's a lot of
Rocket
ships.
closing. Alert. Rocket
They're really
closing.
pissed, aren't they? Wonder why I did piss them off.
Dragon Wasp missile self-destructed.
Oh, it comes the destroyer again. Come on, I want to make it 3 for 3.
Target is now in firing range. Alert. Rocket closing. Target left firing range.
Oh. Ow.
Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Target left. Alert. Rocket closing. Wasp missile self-destructed. Wasp missile Mosquito missile self-destructed.
Shields are still
Alert.
good.
Rocket alert. Rocket closing. 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 Attention. Energy low.
Oh.
Mosquito missile self-destructed.
So close.
Alert. Rocket alert. Rocket closing.
So very close.
Wasp missile self-destruct. Alert. Rocket closing. Turbo engaged.
Right.
Alert.
Let's
Rocket
see.
closing.
Go east a little bit.
Wasp mosquito missile. Dragonfly missile. No station for docking found. Attention, energy low.
Damn. Close again.
Target left firing range. Alert. Rocket closing. Target is now in firing range. Alert. Rocket closing.
Not today.
Alert. Rocket closing. Wasp missiles. Alert.
My
Rocket
goodness,
closing.
they're pissed.
Mosquito missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing.
Damn.
Alert. Rocket
Okay,
closing.
I need to start really thinning out the M3s.
Wasp missile mosquito missile self-destructed.
M4.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon
Too
ship.
fast.
Target Wasp missile self-destructed. Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Autopilot off. Attention, energy low. Autopilot activated. Autopilot off. Attention, energy low.
Okay, definitely need to let my shields recoup.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low.
Got him.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Alert. Rocket closing.
Oof, that did a lot of damage to my shields.
Target
Oh dear.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Well, the destroyer's out of commission, so unless I'm going to go for the station as
Target
well,
left firing range. Wasp missile self-destructed.
it should probably bug out.
Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector.
That is pretty much cleaned.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Turbo engaged.
Wait. Hold on. Oh, I need to go west, not east.
Target now locked
Oops.
on. Gate unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Oh. Yeah, so north.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
So tempted. So very tempting. You know what? For the trouble they've given me.
Target left.
Trouble
firing
they've given me,
range.
like I'm the victim here. They've lost, what, a carrier and 3 destroyers and
No.
countless ships.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon station.
But yeah, sure, I'm the one that's been victim. Yeah, no. Well, let's go wipe out their station anyway.
Turbo engaged. Attention, energy low. Target is now in firing range.
I did a lot of damage. Okay. Let's do this. You love to hate each other, yeah.
Attention, energy low. Attention, energy low.
Hi, station.
Rocket closing.
Yeah, it's North Gate we need to go through next, isn't it?
Mosquito missile self-destructed.
I'm going to leave those then on alive so they can communicate to anyone else who's alive about how you shouldn't mess with me. Or something to that effect.
Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Well, found the gate. Oh.
Target
hello
now
there.
locked on. Unknown Xenon. Alert. Rocket closing. Wasp missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing. Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing. Target is now in firing range. Shield.
Oh, no. Oh. Flew too close to the sun and got burnt. Oh, well. That was fun.
Turbo engaged.
All the way back in Chin's clouds before we left to go back home. This is why I like the
Turbo engaged.
next one along, because you've got jump drives, so you can just jump to systems that you've already visited to. Although they cost energy cells.
No aim.
But I suppose I'll go through and try not acting like a dick this time.
Turbo engage. Entering system. Chin's fire.
That was fun though. I think if I was to do it, I'm going to need some better
Target
shields.
now locked on. Split mule.
Or at the very least, more engine tunings.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate family Chin.
Okay.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Family Chin.
Southgate.
Target now locked on. Split mule. Turbo
There we go.
engaged. Shields critical. Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Thorax speared. Entering system. Thorax speared.
South again.
Turbo engaged. Shields critical. Target now locked on. Split mule.
That was kind of awesome, though.
No aim.
It's a shame the M2s like to kamikaze as much as everyone else does.
Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Split mule.
Yeah,
The target
it
now
is.
locked on. Talati Vulture.
It very much is, Dozel.
No aim. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
That means I get to have fun all over again. Just not today.
Target now
Do,
locked
we'll-
on.
We'll
Split
clean
mule.
out these Xenon sectors later.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Yeah, just go through sector by sector.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter. Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede. No aim. Target now locked on. Alert. Rocket closing. Wasp missile self-destructed.
Oh, that was rude. Innocently trying to travel through your
Alert.
lovely little
Rocket
system.
closing. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target left firing range.
What a rude dude.
Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede. No aim. Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Target now locked on.
so
Gate.
paranoid.
Unidentified enemy sector.
But they're basically going to try and love tap me from behind.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
Yes, definitely. Dinner and flowers first, please.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low.
Damn.
Alert, rocket closing. Alert, rocket closing. Target left firing range.
Right. He's heading out of... Where was I needing to head again? West, wasn't it?
Alert, rocket closing.
Oh.
Target is now in firing. Wasp missile self-destructed. And Hornet missile.
Oh, he's gone. Right, where was I needing to go again? West, I think.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
Not that I'm worried about, it's that
Target
in front
now
of me.
locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on unknown. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
No, oh, not again.
Self-destructed. Turbo engaged. Target left firing range.
Accidentally hit another key instead of backspace.
Alert, alert. Rocket closing.
Opens up sound options. It's like, oh no.
Entering system. Unidentified. Alert. Rocket closing.
Alpha.
Target now locked on pirate ship. Target now locked on split mule.
Okay, can I get to the gate before? Notes.
Target now locked on gate priest's pity. Alert, rocket closing.
I think that was a no. I've been
Dragonfly
yes.
entering system.
No, it was a no.
Priest's pity.
Perfect. Lots of Xenon
Target
here.
now locked on unknown Xenon ship. Target is now.
By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
All part of the plan
By
to
the name
increase
of
the
Priest
ret.
Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, by the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 500 credits. By the name of Priest Emperor Czar
Perfect.
and Priest Duke, we offer grateful
Right,
thanks for your aid.
west.
As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Or actually, pirate base on the way. We can drop off a save. Yeah, once you got a police license, after a few ships, it kind of pays for itself. And you can earn credits by destroying those that
to local trading network established.
the race considers unsavory.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate priest rings.
But I'm more interested in the reputation. So far I'm powering in friend. I'm trying to up it.
Priest rings.
Not a bad deal, no.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
I thought originally
Target
the
is
payout
now
was
in
based
fire
on
range.
shield strength, but no, apparently not.
By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your... By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
It's based on classifications,
Shields
so
critical.
M5 seem to be worth 100, and
Target now locked
4s
on. Paranid Prometheus.
seem to be worth 500, and M3 seem to be worth 1,000. I'm not sure
Target
what an
now
M2
locked
is
on.
worth.
Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
Destroyers are not this fast in X2.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate Paranid Prime. Turbo engaged. Entering system Paranid Prime. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
By the name of Priest Emperor, by the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you
Paranid
get
friend of the
500 credits.
priest. Nice.
No aim.
When in doubt,
Target
go
now
shit
locked
up.
on. Pirate ship.
That's certainly a motto to live by.
A soyery is a Paranid food factory where soja beans are processed. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Gate Emperor Mines.
Oh, that's interesting.
Turbo engaged. Entering system Emperor Mines.
Oh, awesome.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Already turned.
Target is now in firing range.
By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke, We offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you by the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke. We offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 100 credits. By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke. We offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 500 credits. By the name of Priest Emperor Czar and Priest Duke. We offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 500
Not
credits.
far from Argon space now.
Shields critical.
Not far at all.
Target now locked on. Shield armor. This production facility manufactures the larger
That
5
is not
megawatt
doing
shield.
too bad at all. I'm gonna leave it as it is. Yeah, that's not doing too bad at all.
Target now locked on. Target now locked on. Gate Cloud Base Southwest.
Okay. But from here,
Entering system.
Like-
Cloud Base Southwest.
north, east, north.
Target now locked on.
Think.
Unknown Xenon ship.
There's a fair bit of Xenon in this system.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 500 credits. On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits. On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Auto.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the
Thanks,
Argon Federation
Autopilot.
thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100 credits. On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Wait. Can I check back in here? Crash and live there.
Target now locked on. Goner Temple.
Not sure what you
Welcome
mean,
back, my
Basil.
son. Did you find the asteroid? Maybe you should show this to the Argon destroyer. Now they will have to believe you.
I feel like I'm just taking part in their political spat. Oh yeah. I crashed and lived there because I now have two 25 megawatt shields. I've now got 50 megawatt shield strength. Which means I'm a lot more tolerant to it now. Before I only had like 1 megawatt. So I've got like 50 times as much. Well, I mean, the Goners are constantly trying to prove to the Argon that Earth is real and all of that, and I feel like,
Target now
oh,
locked
you
on.
found the
Gate
evidence.
Red
Well,
light.
why don't you go show it to a destroyer? It's like,
Entering system. Red light.
yeah. I think we're playing as Carl
Target
Brennan.
now locked on.
He just wants to
Argon
go
lifter.
home.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate light home.
Don't want to crash into the gate though. That would be bad news.
Entering system light home.
I doubt it too. I'm not entirely sure if the gates are indestructible or just really tough. Let's go north. That should take us to Argon Prime.
Target now locked on. Gate Argon Prime. Entering system Argon Prime.
Okay.
Target now locked on. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation, thank you for your help with. On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon. On behalf of our President and Senator, on behalf of our President and
There we go.
Senator, the Argon Federation, thank you.
Cleans
for your
that
help with
mess
this
up
invader.
nicely.
As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Alright, Destroyer. Able to pick stuff up. Oh, from the store. I read from bottom up.
Target now locked on.
Good luck, Dozel.
Argon Mammoth.
I think I see the destroyer. It's over there.
Target now locked on. Argon Elite. Target now locked on. Argon.
You again. It seems you've become a wanted man. I've got a message from the pilot of the Argon 1 carrier that somebody aboard that ship wants to talk to you. Please fly to Sector The Wall and report to the Argon 1. This is Destroyer Titan. Try behind the... Titan speaking. Do you need help? The destination of your journey is beyond the East Gate. I'm glad I could be of assistance. Titan over and out.
After all that, the destroyer doesn't even want to talk to me, really.
Target now locked on. Gate The Wall. Defense Headquarters.
Okay, let's go see who wants to talk to me.
Entering system. The Wall. Defense Headquarters. Target.
I am not interested.
Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator,
I think that's it over there.
thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 200 credits.
Their defense headquarters seems to have a lot of Xenons spread throughout it.
Target now locked on Argon 1. This huge battleship is the most powerful carrier in the...
Right. Going mute.
This is Argon Carrier 1. Contact established. I see. So you are the pilot the Secret Service wants to talk to. One moment. I'll put you through to someone else.
You are the pilot claiming to be from the planet known as Earth. My operational name is Bandana. I ask the questions. I represent the Argon Secret Service. And by the way, if you want to fly again, I'd suggest you answer my questions. We just might be on the same side. We are interested in the object you retrieved from inside the split space sector. We have monitored your every movement in this universe. Ever since you first met the Taladi, you have been the subject of the greatest scrutiny. At first, we suspected you may be a Xenon spy. But then, after your contact with the Goners, we became convinced that you really are who you claim to be. We do. We also need to know the coordinates for the ancient jump gate, just like you. Maybe because you don't want to see Earth destroyed. We have reports of a buildup of Xenon forces deep inside their own sectors. For some time, we believed that they were poised, ready to attack our own sectors. However, the existence of this jump gate changes things. In order to answer your question, we will download some history of our race directly into your onboard computer. Please read it, and we will discuss matters further.
Welcome to the Argonopedia. You have chosen to look at the entry for the Xenon. During the year 160, reports emerged of unidentified spaceships appearing on the outer edges of the Argon Federation. These reports increased until the year 210, when these unidentified ships began attacking and destroying Argon ships. In 214, an Argon ship survived an attack, and the survivors reported the first positive sightings of their attackers, a race that became known as the Xenon. Between 214 and 225, these skirmishes escalated, culminating in the Xenon attack and destruction of the Antigon, a major Argon space station, killing thousands. In retaliation for this attack, the Argon had no choice but to declare war on the Xenon. This war became known as the Xenon Conflict. The Argon Federation looked to their allies, the Paranid, for help. But after much debate and discussion, in 230, the Emperor of the Paranid finally refused to join the war, and relationships between the two races deteriorated. Between the years 230 and 255, the Xenon increased their attacks, and the Argon Federation lost battle after battle. Many space stations and colonies were lost, and the Xenon took more and more Argon territory. However, the tide turned around the year 255, when the Argon space fleet enjoyed a number of spectacular and daring victories. Slowly, sector by sector, they forced the Xenon back to their own frontiers and regained lost Argon territories. By 290, the Argon had succeeded in forcing the Xenon from all Argon Federation territories, and the attackers finally retreated back into deep space. In 300, an Argon deep space fleet was dispatched in an attempt to discover the Xenon home territories. In the year 323, whilst searching unknown deep space sectors, their exploration fleet came across a race called the Boron. In the intervening years, discoveries and explorations have led the Argon to the knowledge of the Xenon. Despite their defeat, the Xenon craft still appear in various space sectors. They are still very dangerous and shoot any other craft on sight. That completes the requested entry in the Argonopedia.
You now see how dangerous this enemy is, and what a threat they pose to both our races. We figure that you know the location of the jump gate. For all our safety, it is a secret better shared. The Argon government has authorized a plan to seek out the jump gate and determine whether the Xenon know of its existence. If they do, we must consider launching a surprise attack on their assembled fleet before they attack Earth through it. Before we do anything, we We need to know the status of the ancient jump gate, and only you hold the clue to where it can be found. We would be most pleased to work with you to achieve the same end, the destruction of the Xenon. You continue to upgrade your ship. Get the best laser and shield technology you can get. You will need it. Then you will explore the Xenon territory, to the east of the Argon Federation, and seek the wrecks of Nathan Gunn's fleet. Once you find that, you will have found the lost jump gate. Come back here and report the position and status, so we can plan a joint attack. Understood? Talk to the pilot of the ship again, and ask him for a support fighter. Maybe you can also contact the M1 carriers of other races, and ask them for support ships too. With a little squad behind you, exploring the Xenon territory will prove an easier task. I trust you will do your best. Bandana out.
Argon 1 speaking. Do you need help? You are a hero of the Federation. We will help you out with an Argon Buster M4 ship.
Oh, so generous. Thank you.
No aim. Target now locked on Argon Lifter.
Thing is, we were just bloody jump gate. I wonder if I'd have targeted it and scanned it or whatever, it would have come up as a option to say to
Entering system.
Bandana.
Residence
Also,
end.
Argon Secret Service. Did no one pick that out? Not quite. Add Argon to the front of that.
Target now locked on pirate ship.
Yes.
No aim. Target
Right,
now
back
locked
into Xenon
on
territory.
Argon Lifter. No aim. Target now locked on gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on Boron Octopus. No aim. Target now locked on Argon Lifter.
Yeah, I'll go south then east, I guess. That should do
No
it.
aim. Target now locked on gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Alert. Rocket closing. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Unidentified Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Target now locked on.
Right.
Split fuel. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
I think this.
Target now locked. Alert. Rocket closing. Target left firing range.
Why, hello there indeed.
Dragonfly missile self-destructed.
What an unpleasant
Alert.
surprise.
Rocket closing. Target left firing range. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Oh, it's coming back.
Target is now in firing range.
Oh, so that's a miss.
Autopilot activated. Target autopilot off. Turbo engaged.
Oh, here it comes again.
Target is now in firing range.
Oh, damn it. Oh, and I'm all the way back there. God's sakes. Tell you what, I'll take a shortcut. I wasn't really trying to, unfortunately, but I got. If we just go north,
No
east, we basically take a shortcut.
Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Talati Vulture. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target left firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Attention.
God damn it. I did try to pull up.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on to Lottie Vulture. Target now locked on. Target left firing range. Target is now in firing range. Target is now in firing range.
I like to pass quite close.
Target is now in firing range.
Have you tried
Target
not
is
crashing?
now in firing range. Target is now in firing range.
No, thanks for the advice.
Target is now in firing range. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on Split Wolf.
You think they've been misunderstood this whole time?
Target now locked on Pirate Ship. No aim. Target now locked on unknown Xenon ship.
Really?
Target is now in firing range. Target left firing range. Target is now in firing range. Alert. Rocket closing. Attention. Energy. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Target left fire.
Yes.
Target now locked on. Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
Seriously, is there another one? Oh yeah. I'm not. Nope.
Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector.
Wait. Oh no, I need to go west, not east.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target is now in firing range.
I've got three more on. Oh no.
Target is now in firing range. Target is now in firing range. No aim.
This is pretty sticky, huh?
Target now locked on. Gate. President's End.
Yeah.
Entering system. President's End.
Right, so from President's End north.
Target now
That'll
locked
take us to
on.
the hole,
Unknown
the
Xenon
wall at
ship.
the very least.
Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. And on behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, on behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, on behalf of our President and Senator,
Yeah,
the
so
Argon
north.
Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Turbo
Quickly as
engaged.
possible. I might just skip
Shields
through all the
critical.
dialogue this time because we've already been through it once. Or maybe try a different dialogue option. Let's skip through the Argonopedia thing.
Target now locked on. Gate. The Wall. Defense Headquarters.
If anybody wants to see it, it'll be on YouTube, so... And if you're watching this on YouTube, hello.
Entering
I've been rather
system.
quiet.
The Wall. Defense Headquarters. Turbo engaged. Target
I need
now
to go
locked
speak to
on.
Roy
Unknown.
or...
I see. So you are the pilot of the Secret Service?
No, I don't. I can just start straight here.
I'll put you through to someone else.
We just might be on the same side. We are interested in the object you retrieve from inside. We have monitored your every move. At first, we do. Maybe because you don't want to see Earth destroyed. The Xenon attack anything that moves. They hate all races equally.
Except the Goners for some reason.
They may know about the jump gate themselves. They might be searching for it. They might have found it and are mending it. Or have already mended it, and are now gathering to attack Earth through it. In order to answer your question, we will download some history of our race directly into your onboard computer. Please read it, and we will discuss matters further.
This is Argon Carrier 1. Contact us. I see. So
Oh, we're just starting this again, are we?
Welcome to the Argonopedia. You have chosen to look at the entry.
Oh, we can't skip it.
During the year 160, reports emerged of
That's
unidentified
fantastic.
spaceships appearing on the outer edges of the Argon Federation. These reports increased until the year 210, when these unidentified ships began attacking and destroying Argon ships. In 214, an Argon ship survived an attack, and the survivors reported the first positive sightings of their attackers, a race that became known as the Xenon. Between 214 and 225, these skirmishes escalated, culminating in the Xenon attack and destruction of the Antigon, a major Argon space station, killing thousands. In retaliation for this attack, the Argon had no choice but to declare war on the Xenon. This war became known as the Xenon Conflict. The Argon Federation looked to their allies, the Pyramid, for help, but after much debate and discussion, in 230, the Emperor of the Pyramid finally refused to join the war, and relationships between the two races deteriorated. Between the years 230 and 255, the Xenon increased their attacks, and the Argon Federation lost battle after battle. Many space stations and colonies were lost, and the Xenon took more and more Argon territory. However, the tide turned around the year 255, when the Argon space fleet enjoyed a number of spectacular and daring victories. Slowly, sector by sector, they forced the Xenon back to their own frontiers and regained lost Argon territories. By 290, the Argon had succeeded in forcing the Xenon from all Argon Federation territories, and the attackers finally retreated back into deep space. In 300, an Argon deep space fleet was dispatched in an attempt to discover the Xenon home territories. In the year 323, whilst searching searching unknown deep space sectors, their exploration fleet came across a race called the Boron. In the intervening years, discoveries and explorations have led the Argon to the knowledge of the Xenon. Despite their defeat, Xenon craft still appear in various space sectors. They are still very dangerous and shoot any other craft on sight. That completes the requested entry in the Argonopedia.
You now see how dangerous this enemy is. The Argon, before we do, you can talk to the pilot of the ship again and ask him for a support fighter. Maybe
Oh yeah,
you can
because I
also
was
contact the
helpful
airborne
last
carriers of
time.
other races and ask them for support ships too. With a little squad behind you.
Target now locked on. Successfully docked.
Right, yes. Definitely saving this
Connection
time.
to local trading network established.
Not doing that all again. Right. South back to President's End. Then east. Then south, then east.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
Oh yeah. Hi, Foxy. We already went through that cutscene once before, but as you can see when we get there, the destroyers are fast and suicidal.
Target now locked on. Pirate ship.
No. No such luck.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector.
Right. Here we go again.
Turbo engaged. Entering system.
Alpha
Unidentified
east.
enemy sector. Target now locked on. Boron octopus. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Alert. Rocket closing. Target is now in firing range. Autopilot activated. Alert. Rocket closing. Turbo engaged. Dragonfly missile self-destructed.
I got 4 destroyers and a carrier on me. Lovely.
Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed.
Oh, nope.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Yep, we got the best weapons available.
Target now locked on. Paranid Ganning. Target now locked on.
Oh no. We haven't got the best shields available, but we do have the best weapons available. We also got 10 engine tunings, I think. Yeah, 10.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Turbo
Out of
engaged.
curiosity. Oh, I can outrun them if I do
Shields
that, but
critical.
that is not advisable.
Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Target left firing range.
No, yes and no. We got 225s.
System, unidentified enemy sector. Target is now alert. Rocket closing.
Damn it.
Alert. Rocket closing. Attention, energy low. Target left firing range. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Target is now in firing range. Target now locked on. Gate.
No, it's not. Energy is not something we can upgrade at all. I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do. Yes. So just go back and report that I found it.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target left firing range. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
Seriously? There we go. I was gonna say.
Target now locked on.
Right,
Unknown
west
Xenon
would
ship.
probably be the best way to get out of here. Then north than west.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Alert. Rocket closing. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Alert. Rocket
He's out.
closing.
We got one destroyer at least. We got a carrier too.
Dragonfly missile self-destructed. No aim. Target now locked on. Argon lifter.
But yeah, those destroyers are way too fast.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector.
West from here.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede. Target now locked on. Target is now in firing range. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Target is now in firing range. Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing.
All
Dragonfly
destroyers.
missile
Us.
self-destructed.
They can't really do much other than run around like speedy
Entering
boys.
system. President. Alert. Rocket closing.
Let's have a look at them. Oh, seriously. Cheap tap. North. That should take us back to the wall.
Target now locked on. Gate. The wall. Defense headquarters. Entering system.
Right.
The wall. Defense headquarters.
Save again before I do anything.
Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Argon lifter.
Oh, I see 3 pirates over there. Nope, still gonna save.
Target now locked. Success. Connection to local trading network established. Turbo engaged.
Yeah, it's a shame that you can't really do anything to upgrade the energy, but I get why it's there.
Target now locked on. Argon 1.
That is a lot of ships.
Argon 1 speaking. Do you need help? One moment. I will inform Bandana immediately. Great. Now that we know where the jump gate is located, our government will immediately activate a plan to attack the Xenon forces. The threat is real. Our first objective is to destroy the energy installations of the Xenon. Our undercover activities made it clear that it would be impossible to ultimately destroy the Xenon before destroying their power plants. We destroy a ship, and they build 2 new ones.
Actually, I already took care of their shipyard, but, you know.
You proved to be a good fighter pilot. Now we will give you the chance to play the key role in our attack on the Xenon. There are a number of power plants in the Xenon territory south of Boron Sector Ultrius Cloud. You will have to upgrade your ship till you can effectively wipe out a number of power plants. As soon as you decide to fly to the target sector, our fleet will be activated to support you. We will take care of the massive defense forces in that sector, while you eliminate the power plants.
What defense force?
Our fleet alone will not be able to hold back the Xenon fleet for long. If you are able to contact the other races, ask them to join our attack. Hopefully, they will understand the importance of this war.
Welcome to the Argonopedia. You have chosen to look at the entry for the Xenon.
I don't think there's any voiceover for this, so... What defense force in that sector? I think we wiped them all out already.
Fine. The attack can start at any time. Bandana out.
Okay, so we're going to go to the north gate to go to the hole. Then east to Atreus' clouds. Save. Then south into this Xenon sector.
No aim.
Sound like a plan. It does so. No, it is a plan. There. Right. Oh yeah, there's a fix for that. There we go.
Target now locked on. Gate the Hold. AMEC headquarters.
Maybe I've not been streaming long enough.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. The Hold. AMEC headquarters. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Oh, you're trying to fire at me.
On behalf of our
That's
President
cute.
and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, on behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100. On behalf of our President and Senator,
Damn,
the
miss.
Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 100 credits. On behalf of our President and Senator, the Argon Federation thank you for your help with this invader. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Actually, let's do boost seater.
Turbo engaged. Target shields critical. No aim.
Now go to normal.
Target now locked on. Gate Atreus clouds. Entering system. Atreus clouds.
Okay, right. Should be a station on the way. Is. Do. Go with that one.
Turbo engaged. Shields critical. Target now locked on. Biogas successfully docked. Connection to local trading network established. Turbo engaged.
And off we fly.
No aim.
I just noticed the registration for that station we're at. B-Bint.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target, bow computer component, bow gas, no strop oil.
Wow. That's a lot of stuff.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 in the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom
That works.
Bow gas. Autopilot activated.
Where do you think you two are going?
Target is now in firing. Autopilot off.
In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits. In the name of Queen Atreus and the Kingdom of Boron, we thank you for your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Right, so it should just be in this system here.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. No rockets. Target now locked. Target now locked on. Argon Discoverer.
Oh, I see they are here, but yeah, those destroyers were not here earlier. Nor was that massive fleet. Yeah, that massive fleet definitely wasn't here earlier.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon. Target now locked on. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Autopilot activated. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Autopilot off. Attention, energy autopilot activated.
Yeah, that works.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Oh, more. That's
Target
refreshing.
is now in firing range. Target left firing range.
Tell you what, why don't I just start working on this?
Target now locked on. Solar power plant. ATA. Target is now in firing range.
Boom.
Energy cells. Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Zeta. Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low.
I like
Target
these
now
weapons.
locked on. Solar power plant. Beta. Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low. Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Gamma. Attention. Energy low. Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Alpha.
Whoa.
Target is now in firing range. Attention. Energy low. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Attention. Energy low. Target left firing range.
I think there's just one more. Oh.
Target now locked on.
All right, then.
Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target left firing range. Alert. Rocket closing.
Just
Attention,
fire blindly and
energy
hope
low.
one of them hits.
Attention, energy low.
Yeah, some of them hit.
Wasp missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing.
Is that all of them? Port to Argon 1.
Mosquito missile self-destructed. Turbo engaged. Alert. Rocket closing. Attention, energy low.
Where even did the Argon 1 go?
Target is now in firing range. Target left firing range.
If they've left. Oh, they're up near the north gate. Okie dokie. Oh, that's not the Argon 1, that's just a...
Target now locked on. Argon Titan.
Yeah, it's just a Titan.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Alert. Rocket closing. Autopilot. Attention. Energy low. Alert. Rocket closing.
One destroyer down.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Autopilot activated. Target left firing range. Autopilot off.
Oh boy. should probably tactically
Alert.
retreat.
Rocket closing.
It is
Attention,
turning into a
energy
shit
level.
show, yeah. Yep, I think it's
Turbo
time to tactically
alert.
retreat.
Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Wasp missile self-destructed. Target now locked on. Gate. Atreus clouds.
Good luck to them.
Entering system. Atreus clouds. Turbo engaged. Shields critical.
That was fairly easy. Well, with these weapons anyway.
Target now locked on. Gate the hole. AMEC headquarters.
Yeah, they certainly can better than the other ones.
Entering system. The hole. AMEC headquarters.
And then south to the wall.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate the wall. Defense headquarters. Entering system. The wall. Defense headquarters. Turbo engaged.
There he is. Hey.
Target now locked on. Argon 1.
This is Argon Carrier 1. Contact established. One moment. I will inform Bandana immediately. The Argon government was already informed of our victory. Now we can continue our combined attack on the Xenon facilities. You did a great job destroying the power plants, but now we have an even harder target.
Welcome to the Argonopedia. You have chosen to look at the entry for the Xenon.
It looks like the Xenon managed to finish the construction of their new M0 mothership before we destroyed the power plants. This new ship is still located in the Xenon main sector. We did find a way to this sector from the split sector Thorax Beard. Leave Thorax Beard through the south gate. You will enter a Xenon sector. The Xenon main sector with their shipyard and the M0 mothership then lies behind the west gate.
Thing is, once this mission's done, once this ship's wiped out, that's it. Game over. We won.
Destruction of this ship is mandatory. We believe this ship has an ultimate weapon, strong enough to destroy even the biggest carrier and destroyer class ships with just one shot.
Yep. I mean, you can still play afterwards easily.
Will attack the Xenon main sector right after you initiate the attack.
But I think that's it for the main mission.
To join us again, but we will all have to stay clearly away from the Xenon M0 ship. It will be your task to go after the M0 itself, while we will distract as many of the accompanying ships as possible. Argon's Secret Service reports that you will get target locks on 6 independent laser towers.
It's got a longer story than X-Tension. X-Tension's got none at all. Mind you, it's not really a full game as such. It's an expansion to this, but it's also a full game.
Fine. The attack can start at any time. Bandana out.
Wow.
No aim.
Good number, right?
Target now locked on. Gate the hold. AMEC headquarters. Entering system. The hold. AMEC headquarters.
I mean, I was going to get all the species involved,
Target
but
now locked on. Argon Vector. No aim.
a hole.
Target now locked on. Gate Atreus Cloud. Entering system. Atreus Cloud. Turbo engaged. Shields critical. Turbo engaged. Target success.
Right, so save here just in case.
Connection to local trading
A
network
million and one things
established.
can go wrong. Yeah, there. Oops.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector.
Oh, that indeed, yes. Oh,
Target
yeah.
is now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Entering system.
Oh.
Atreus Clouds.
Oh yeah,
Target
okay, no,
left
you're okay.
firing
You can just
range.
go through the gate without activating it. Oh, that's
Entering
cool.
system. Unidentified enemy sector.
I was gonna say, if I'd gonna find out how much you're worth in bounty, but I didn't know the Xenon could
Target
cheat.
now locked on.
Oh.
Paranid Ganymede.
We just learnt something. Oh,
Target
and the
now
Xenon
locked
just
on.
destroyed that
Paranid
Argon
Ganymede.
destroyer. Awesome.
No aim. Target now locked on.
Wait, are they all flying through the north gate? Oh, they're heading that way, yeah. Good luck, Boron. I hope your system defenses are up to snuff.
Target now locked on. Paranid Ganymede. Entering system.
Oh, well, exactly.
Unidentified enemy
Exactly
sector.
right. Oh.
Turbo engaged.
Wait, is that a carrier? It is a carrier.
Target
Bad
now
news
locked
for you.
on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
Oh.
Attention, energy low.
Move away a little bit.
Attention, energy low. Alert. Rocket closing.
Yeah, that works.
Wasp missile self-destructed.
Another carrier? Yes, it is.
Target now.
Oh,
locked
you're
on.
about to have a real
Unknown
bad day.
Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low. Attention, energy low.
Those two are not carriers. They're way too fast.
Target now locked on. Gate unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Boron Piranha.
Actually, if we go through the south gate to Priest's Pity, we can actually save it again. Might not be a terrible idea.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon station.
I mean, the station's pretty much asking me to. X-Duet. I'm definitely gonna do it.
Target is now in firing range. Attention, energy low.
Wait for it to charge. Ah, screw it.
Attention, energy low. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Priest's pity.
Hey, if it doesn't work, maybe I will go and recruit the others.
Turbo engaged. Entering system. Priest's pity. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Argon.
Oh, I
lifter.
probably should do something about them.
By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 5. By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
Damn it.
Target now autopilot activated. Attention, energy low.
By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest Duke, we offer grateful thanks for your aid. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
Target is now in firing range.
By the name of Priest Emperor Tsar and Priest
Perfect,
Duke,
right.
we offer
That's that
grateful
pirate
thanks for your
base.
aid. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
It's around here somewhere. Oh, it's the other way. No, it's around here somewhere.
Target
It's
now
behind
locked
me.
on. Argon lifter.
Right. Where is it? There it is. I think.
No station for docking found.
And look again.
Target now locked on. Successfully docked.
Right.
Connection to local trading network established.
Okay, salvage insurance. Yeah, engine tunings now cost $500,000 each. So that's not feasible unless I do a round where I go around picking up all the money. I want to see if I can
No aim.
finish this, basically. Of course, I'll be making the save file available on,
Target now locked
well, probably
on.
as a
Gate
link in the
unidentified
description of the video on
enemy sector.
YouTube. When it goes up on YouTube.
Turbo engaged.
Running a little bit over
Entering
time.
system.
I was hoping to be finished by 11,
enemy
but
sector.
that's fine.
Target now locked on. Split mule.
There's only one destroyer in this sector.
No aim.
Oh, that was lovely.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector. Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. No aim. Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed.
Went up to the gate.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Turbo engage. Target now locked on. Boron octopus. Alert. Rocket closing.
Ah,
Turbo engaged.
the system's beefed up its security since we were last here.
Target now locked on. Split mule. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Unidentified enemy sector.
This is the one.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
There definitely wasn't this many ships in here earlier.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Turbo engaged.
I remember if I had to.
Target is now in firing range. It is not known if this...
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do the hold. Yeah,
No
these
station
first.
for docking found. Camera follows us.
Yeah, so I need to destroy these first.
Camera follows us.
For some reason the camera's following us. For some reason, I have no idea. Oh.
Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Target is now in firing range. Camera follows us.
Okay.
Alert. Rocket closing. Camera follows us. Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. Rocket closing. Camera follows us. Alert. Rocket closing. Turbo engaged. Mosquito miss. Alert. Rocket
Where's the other
closing.
one gone?
Mosquito missile self-destructed. Alert. Rocket closing. Camera follows us. Alert. Rocket closing.
Argon 1 here. We are going to directly attack the Xenon
Alert. Rocket closing. Alert. 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 Rocket closing.
I'm gonna guess they're really not happy with me at the moment.
Target left. Mosquito missile self-destructed.
I think one more volley should do it.
Attack Wasp missile. Target now locked. Wasp missile self-destructed. Alert. Alert.
See you later,
Rocket
fellas.
Closing. Mosquito missile self-destructed.
We're glad to meet you again. You're a real hero of the Federation. But right now, Bandana is not aboard. Please follow us to Argon Prime.
Autopilot activated. Autopilot off. Turbo. Alert. Rocket closing. Dragonfly missile self-destructed.
To be honest, I'm wondering if I should just go on ahead. They're gonna meet me back at Argon Prime, I think.
No aim.
I do know as a sort of semi-pro tip, where before you talk to them again back at Argon Prime, you probably should sell your
Target now
weapons and
locked on.
shields,
Gate
maybe equip a
unidentified
1
enemy
megawatt
sector.
shield or something, I don't know. Or just get rid of your shields. Because I think you get given the best shields and best weapons in the game.
Entering system. Unidentified enemy sector. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target left.
So you might as well
firing
get some
range.
money for what you've already got on you.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter. No aim. Target now locked on. Gate. Thorax speared. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Thorax speared. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing.
The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, the family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative. The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get the family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 500 credits.
What I'll do is I won't clear them out on the save after we got the, well, basically reached end
Target
goal.
now locked on. Pirate ship.
Just leave me alone.
That way, if you download it, you can
Target is now in
have
firing.
fun in cleaning out the sectors yourself as well.
Target now locked on. Split mule. No aim. Target now locked on. Split mule. No aim.
Okay.
Target now locked on. Gate. Family Chin. Entering system. Family Chin.
Check. Oh well. Wondering what the
Turbo. Target now
split
locked
rating
on.
was now.
Kaladi Vulture. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
The family Jin
Yeah, that
and the
works.
Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 1,000. The family Jin
That
and the
works
Split
too.
Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable. The family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get the family Jin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 1,000 credits.
Very risky considering I don't
Family
think
Jin
it's
and the
safe
Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Target now locked on. Gamma HEP. Success.
We'll do just that.
Connection to local trading network established. Salvage insurance allows a recoverable program to be put into operation. Turbo engaged. Turbo engaged. Shields critical. No aim.
Hopefully by the
Target
time
now
I
locked
get
on.
to
Gate Chin's fire.
Argon Prime, hopefully they'll be there too.
Entering system. Chin's fire. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target left firing range. Turbo engaged.
Okay.
Shields critical. No aim.
Oh yeah, what is my
Target
reputation?
now locked
Like,
on. Split mule.
honoured friend of Chin. You're allowed to touch the chin. Interesting that it's spelt with a double N here. Yet with the map, it's only with one N.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate Zurich's Pride. Target now locked on. Target now.
In fact, it's one N here as well, so maybe it's a different chin.
Turbo engaged. Entering
Maybe.
system Zurich's Pride. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship.
Hopefully the next one, family we.
Target is now in firing range.
One of the many chins that are on fire and in the clouds. Double chin. How are you doing today anyway, Foxy?
Target now locked on. Talati Vulture. Turbo engaged. Shields critical. No aim.
Fair enough.
Target now locked on. Gate Family Zine. Entering system Family Zine.
Oh, next one going to be family we.
Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range. Target left firing range. Turbo engaged. Shields critical.
Just cruising along the system. No
Target
regard to
now
my
locked
shields.
on. Split mule.
Whoa!
Turbo engaged. No aim.
Right. Indeed. We need speed.
Target now locked on. Gate Family we.
Then to the west of that, we'll be in Taladi space again,
Entering system Family we.
which is good.
Target
on our
now locked
factories.
on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
The family Chin and the Split Dynasty are appreciative of your valuable assistance. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
I think we got a factory in here somewhere. Oh look, crystal fab. Oh yeah, it wouldn't be in here. Oh, it's in their capital system. But there's a crystal fab here.
Target now locked on. Talati Vulture.
Okay.
Target now locked on. Gate to Lottie Gain. Turbo engaged. Entering system to Lottie Gain. Target now locked on. Split mule.
Okay, I think these wells this way. Remember that joke someone made the other
Target
day?
now locked on to
I can't
Lottie
remember who
Vulture.
it was, but Sleaze well. That's funny.
No aim.
Like so many levels. Okay, like 2 levels. Not
Target now
seize
locked
while the
on.
means of
Gate
production.
Sizewell.
I don't think the Taladi would be all for that. Somehow.
Entering system Sizewell.
Hey, let's take a quick look at how our ship plants are doing.
Target now locked on to Lottie Vulture.
Like, I can imagine if there's like station manager or someone's like, oh, look who needs money again. Who's back to take all the money? Actually, we'll take a look at the mine first.
Target now locked on to Lottie Vulture. Target successful. Connection to local trading network established.
Nice. I'll take that.
Funds transferred. Funds successfully docked.
Welcome back to your ship.
Oh. There we go.
Connection to local trading network established. Microchips are meant.
Nice. Nice.
Funds transferred. Funds transferred. Target now. Target now. Target now. Successfully docked.
Welcome back to your ship plant.
So that's 1 million.
Connection to local trading network established.
Oh, it's nice, but I'll take it.
Funds transferred. Funds transferred.
Not too bad.
No aim.
Oh yeah, I forgot I've got one more factory in here.
Target due to the fact that the Talati swamp.
Also not bad.
Connection to local
It does
trading
seem
network
that the
established.
stations
Funds
that
transferred.
have
Funds
the stations that have more resources that go into a product is way more profitable than ones that have less. Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me as well.
No aim. Target now locked on. Gate profit share. Turbo engaged. Entering system. Profit share.
Right, then from here we need to go north.
Target now locked on. Gate Theos Buxoid.
I'll take the shortcut, I think. So north, east, south.
Entering system Theos Buxoid. Turbo engaged. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target is now in firing range.
On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company. On behalf of Chairman Keogh, the Telani Company are grateful for your timely help in the saving of much profit. As a reward, you get 100 credits.
Oh well. Send them out.
Target turbo engaged.
Use the turbo
Shield
seater.
critical. No aim. Target now locked on. Telani Vulture. Target now locked on. Gate Menelaus Frontier. Entering system Menelaus Frontier. Target now locked on.
I think what would have been neat about the energy levels though for weapons is if you could have like buy a ship system or something that basically uses energy cells to recharge it quicker or something. That would have been a neat idea actually.
Target now locked on.
Not sure how to do for balancing, but considering this weapon pretty much breaks everything, so balancing's pretty much out the window at that point.
No aim.
And I was just thinking about it, to be honest. I just thought to myself, well, why not just
Target now locked on.
tell people what I was thinking about? It's kind of related to what Foxy was saying earlier.
Entering system Rogue's Fate.
Yeah, and it would be south
Target
again.
now locked on. Pyramid Ganymede.
Clouds. Then east. Argon space. South again.
No aim.
Then on
Target
space.
now locked on. Split Mule. No aim. Target now locked on. Telani Vulture. Target now locked on. Unknown Xenon ship. Target left firing range.
Yeah, priorities
No
are a
aim.
bit screwed. Oh, it can also bend time.
Target now locked on. Gate Atreus Clouds. Entering system Atreus Clouds.
Right,
Turbo
west.
engaged. Target now locked. Shields critical. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. Target now locked on. Gate the Hold. Amec headquarters.
Go back into the hole.
Entering system the Hold. Amec headquarters. Target now locked on. Turbo engaged. No aim.
Take us to all.
Target now locked on. Gate, the wall, defense headquarters. Entering system, the wall, defense headquarters. Target now locked on. Pirate ship. Target now locked on. No aim.
Maybe Heron's Nebula?
Target now locked on. Gate, Argon Prime.
Oh no, straight to Argon Prime. Okay. So if I had gone west in the system above, it'd be Heron's Nebula.
Entering system, Argon Prime.
Well, I don't see a carrier in this system, so I can only assume it hasn't arrived yet. That's fine. Alright, where's the...
Target now.
Oh, this is doing actually while we're here. There. Okay. Alright, where's the equipment? You finally available yet?
Target.
This is the captain. We're busy doing other things at the moment.
That's a no. I don't know why he's... Why he's busy all the time. I think maybe he doesn't want anything to do with me. Just making excuses. All that,
Target
yeah, that's
now
possible.
locked on. Argon space equipped success. Connection to local trading network established. Mosquito missile removed. 1 megawatt shield removed.
Put 1 megawatt shield on for now.
Installed.
Now we're squishy
Turbo
again with no
engaged.
weapons. How we've come full circle. Suppose we've got to wait for the Argon 1 to reappear in the system.
No aim.
Cetar boost extension is basically turbo and Cetar at the same time, so that's normal Cetar. It's faster, but
Turbo engaged.
that kind of activates turbo mode and Cetar at the same time, which
Target now locked
rinses
on.
your
Argon
shields,
space
but you
equipment
do go
dock.
faster.
No aim.
Yes.
Target now locked on. Argon lifter.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly it. Yeah, I'm gonna call it.
Target now locked on. Wheat farm. Target now locked on.
They don't sell it. No, I don't sell it either.
Target now locked on. Solar power plant. Beta. Successfully.
Oh.
Connection to local trading network established.
Right, well, this is probably going to be the last episode of this. Tomorrow, well, no, now later today for me. If I'm streaming later, it's most likely going to be Extension. I have no idea if I'm just going to put the final bit of this one on the beginning of that, or what I'm going to do. Sort of as a pre-recorded role or something. I'm not entirely sure. Well, I'll figure it out by then. I've been going for 9.5 hours at this point, and my brain is atomized. So I'm going to say thank you for watching. Take care of yourselves. Stay awesome. And hopefully we'll see you later or on Monday. Discord is probably going to be the best place to find out what's happening in real time. Right. Bye.